Taking a second there. Or what? Can't hear anything. Actually crashing already. Great start. Wait, there's no audio. What? I might have to re-launch it. It's not working. So give me a whole bunch of shit. Like, why? Wait. What happened? It's not like a season ended. I was just doing it last time. I'm at silver or something. The fuck is going on? Yeah, silver 9. So for once, I'm actually trying to climb it because I do want to get to legend and wild at least once. But instead of renounce, I'm actually using whatever the fuck this was. I forget. Some kind. It's not even like meta or like a net deck. It was just like one of those that was on the main screen when you go to create a deck here. Was it actually this one? Because this doesn't even have renounce in it. Or it does. Oh no, this isn't even what I was using. It was either this one or... No, I think it was this one because you even get the little infuse effect here. So whether this is really that good or not, or whether it'll get you to legend, I don't know. But at least you have a better chance than all the fun theme stuff that I'm normally doing. Let's see. It's not actually playing audio. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it was muted. So that was one of those moments to cap off Kathy Rain. Like, if that's where I'm almost glad to be a smaller streamer and to not have a ton of viewers or chatters, because if somebody had spoiled that or said what to do, it would have ruined it. So you almost like that, like Obra Dinn. Maybe I'm more of a Let's player than a streamer at heart. So we'll do this. Now we're gonna try to get as far as we can. So get at least to gold. So if every episode, because I do it like every 4 or 5 days, every 5 days really. So today's like what, the 9th or something? So I'll have a few more episodes to be able to get to legend. And obviously if I have to go longer to try to get to it there. So we have to at least get to a minimum of gold today. And if this deck doesn't work, then so be it. But it's the best I'm going to be able to come up with. It looks like I got a whole bunch of rewards there, but I thought I already had those.
The light shall bring victory.
Why does the music and all seem so loud on this? Like it's competing with the thing more. Maybe not. I don't know. So this you always want to have in your hand. This isn't good to start off with. This isn't good. This is arguably good. Summon 2 1/1 imps you can do to start the game, I guess. You can trade it, but that costs something, so I don't know why you'd really even want to do that. This guy seems like garbage. Give everything 1 health, but there's not much to give health. All you have to do is get this to like 40, which you might think is hard to do. And of course, the fun thing of Wild too is you get to play against all kind of other interesting decks. Now it doesn't affect this, so I don't really know what good this guy's gonna do. This is one card that I would definitely replace. I think it sucks. I don't see any value in it. Plus 1 health, but you don't even have anything first of all. And even if you did, what is 1 health really going to do? Oh yeah, this is the one thing I have that's different because you do get to summon the 2 1/1 imps that way. I guess I could just do that and let it be. So for everyone that dies, you get a +1 to the infuse first of all, which is not something that's in the standard deck list for the, you know, that's actually in the game itself. It's like you don't even have to net deck anymore. You can just do it from the game itself. It'll just tell you. Draw a card, repeat for each imp you control. Seems maybe a bit too early for that. So you can hit it with 3, and then just summon this. That would be acceptable. Since he didn't heal it or do anything. Now some of these decks we're going to go against are not very good, but even last time it was just such a breeze. Although breezing through bronze shouldn't really be much of an accomplishment. Let's see how hard the silver competition is. Give your demons +2/+2, not really going to help him too much. He's using what seems like a bad deck, but who knows? I always say that and then I get destroyed. Summon a 3/2. Now this is not the greatest hand to have, honestly. And you don't have much stuff that really deals damage. In fact, you have 0 things that deal damage. Right? Out of the hand, the only way to do it is to Upgrades when you have 5 mana. So I obviously can't do the card draw yet. Now I made the mistake sometimes of attacking with this guy too much. Only do it if you're going to trade. You shouldn't really hit face with it. But then again, I barely lost it all last time too, so evidently it didn't hurt me enough. This doesn't look like that threatening of a board really, but you got to get him early. If you start summoning big stuff, I'm going to be worried about it. We also didn't actually get the portals that many times last time, but it can obviously be very good. In fact, it's kind of busted. +2/+1 draw a card. Playing in wild, but still using the new cards and all this shit. Has +1 attack, so we could sack both these into there, which I wouldn't necessarily even want to do, but I guess I kind of have to. Summon 2 3/2 Imps. Then we could draw for it. Draw a whole bunch of shit. And then I don't mind trading into this because you never want to let a priest just hang around and stuff like this. If you have 10 cards, you would have to do something. I don't know exactly what. I guess this could be okay. Do this and you'll get another imp back still for the Imp Gang boss. So that's not bad. So this is already up to 10, which actually isn't that impressive. I don't think we'll actually get it to like 40, but assuming his health isn't that high. I like how it doesn't tick like the Cthulhu either. It's just quick. It just does it in one shot. So you can give everything +2/+2, these. Choose a friendly minion, discover one of the same type. So I don't even know why this is... You just discover a demon, which could theoretically be an imp. You could coin out Galakrond and start doing that. But I feel like maybe this is okay.
The top shelf is...
You can do 5, 6, hit him in the face. Again, any amount that we whittle down makes this seem more and more enticing because that's just going to be a costless contribution, right? You just have it in your hand and you don't have to do anything for it except for let stuff die, which is going to die anyway. So you should play around this by not killing my minions and then just let me beat your face with them. Like, it's such a stupid concept for a card. It obviously doesn't work with control decks as well because you're not going to have a dozen plus minions die just like that. But, okay, that's not a huge deal. Of course, you can't even attack with it right away. Choose an enemy minion, death rattle, summon a copy, not a big deal. Although his board is looking a little bit tricky. You could just bump him for a lot of damage there. The problem is it's kind of futile just trading on the board all day. Let me think. You could do this, but that's kind of a long game play, so you need something better.
So many possibilities.
It's not even good, period, but just somehow I'm intrigued by it. See, that's even my whole like theme deck thing coming out. I'd want to put that Lakari thing in too, the legendary quest, but the problem for that is you have to discard a whole bunch of cards to do it. So we could do this, and then assume we're going to trade some stuff. So put this down. Now, you could trade one of these. Make it a 5/5. I don't really care so much about this guy here. Summon another one of these and we can get discover anything you want, which is going to be an imp either way here. Which again, it does a little bit of damage to you, but it's worth it. So this thing has a 2-turn cooldown for as busted as it is, the location, but it's still pretty good. So he gets like a 4/5 back here. He's not summoning any of the really scary priest minions, like the ones that have death rattle, destroy an enemy minion and stuff like that, so I guess in that sense it's not that big of a deal, but can we actually get out Galakrond and not lose because of it? Because it doesn't synergize with anything else. I may be trading on the board a bit too much, but that is kind of sometimes what you should do. Give your imps +2/+2. Of course, I only have 2 of them. I could get a couple more that way. I could get 3 more that way, in fact. What if we coin that out? Summon 4. So what can I do with this? I can kill this here. So now you can do this. And then this. Now we have a very scary board going forward. Basically threatening lethal even. Oh, the one thing I missed with that is you could use it as a revive. So you wouldn't have to commit like that. He would have just revived them anyway. So you can save that play for later and just... Yeah, that was actually wrong. The whole strength of that infuse is that you get to summon 4 that died and buff them too at the same time. It's almost like it shouldn't buff them if you summon them that way, but I guess that's the whole point of the card. Like, 4/4, really scary, dude. And we should get the buff back now too, so he's basically almost dead. 17 to all enemies. So I'm going to copy of this, infuse, summon 2 instead. Most of this you don't really want to overdo it. So this is actually the perfect turn to get this out there. That's a very slow play, to be fair, but... Actually, this is a time where I'm comfortable going face because we're setting up for the big play next turn. So we'll have to see just what exactly he can come up with. See, it doesn't synergize, but it's still fun. And these do count as imps. I mean, there's no question about it. That's so awesome. And you get 2 of them. I don't really like how they look though in this. Or I guess they're 1/1, so it'll always be the same. He might be a little bit too late with that. His infuse was not very impressive. So if I hit him with face with all these amongst enemies, would that be enough mathematically? It should be. Oh, maybe not now. What is that? Or did he get it from me, maybe? So he can do 13, 14, 15, 16 to his face, so he'll be at 10. And this will be 21. It'll leave him with like 1 left. He'll have like 1 HP left. And this has lifesteal, so I can't even kill it, even if I wanted to. Oh no, it'll just die from... It'll just die from this anyway. Right? It could just hit him in the face. 11 and 10, yeah. Assuming the math went completely the wrong direction, it could have killed that and he would have been left with 1. So that is a win condition in and of itself. It synergizes pretty well because you're going to constantly have minions dying. Like, okay, so the one misplay there is don't play the legendary guy, the 6 cost, to buff imps when you can bring them back too. So I didn't have to do the fiendish circle or whatever first. Right, you can save that for some other time. Not that it really mattered, but it might matter against some of these people. We almost forget that we have this hero card too. So the infuse makes it worth it to keep that. This I don't even know if it's worth keeping. I feel like I have too much stuff here that I don't really want at the beginning, right? It'll give me the other hero card too, watch. You can summon 2 1/1s and this, so it'll be a 3/3. I don't know if I should overcommit like that on the first turn, like I could just do both. You probably shouldn't do that. You can always put this out there and it almost acts as like a taunt, because you know they don't want to let it sit around. So I wonder if he's going to be using the same thing. I wonder. And it'll be ready to attack too, so I can summon as many as I want. You can give it like 5. Ooh, that could be a mistake on their part. You're just going to let me hang around with this? No, I'll have a 5/3 and 4 1/1s. I'm okay with doing that. Look how easy that is. So now he can like do some kind of AoE or something. Even Defile wouldn't work though, he'd need something else too. And it's not like I'm going to slow down anytime soon. I'm going to have, well, this is kind of a bricked hand to start with. Maybe you shouldn't keep stuff like that. Deal 2, but you still can't deal with the, well, I guess you lose the attack though at least.
Sorry, we don't
And that could be a bit of an overcommit that I didn't have to do, necessarily. Already got you down below 30. That's an accomplishment in and of itself. That is such a cancer card. I hate it. The one that gives you 40 health. People might defend it like, oh, you know. I mean, a lot of these are cancer cards, even that I'm using, but... like, we just won with one. So he's already ready to revive the stuff. You can summon 2 more 2... or 1/1s. So you can do this. Just get rid of it. Summon as much stuff as you want, and then he's going to revive it right back to us and give it +2/+2. So assuming he can wipe the board again, maybe like a Defile now would work, we can just deal with it very easily. Give an opponent an Abyssal Curse. It'll deal 1 damage, not really that big of a deal. Each curse is worse than the last. Give your demons +2/+2.
The top shelf is...
You could still just do that. It'll still survive. And now again, you might think, oh my goodness, what if he wipes my board? I overcommitted. But then we just get him right back. That's how insane this is. And it's only a turn 6 play. It's not like, oh my goodness, it's Nazoth on turn 10. Yeah, he just can't deal with it. And you can't complain because you're a Warlock too. You should have just done the same thing. This degenerate cancer deck. So I need the win streak that gives him like 4 stars in a row or something. Which I think that's what I'm on now. It's just so stupid. I think I only lost like a couple games. One was to a Shaman, who somehow... I forget what he was using, but that was maybe a good deck too. That Hunter one can be annoying with the one that keeps reducing your hero power's cost and stuff.
Gul'dan versus Anduin.
It's always ironic when you get rushed down yourself. So now you have to rush him down before he gets some of his endgame big stuff. So this you don't necessarily want. You always keep Nidathrius in my view just because your stuff is always going to be dying, so you want the infuse effect. That just literally won me the game the other time. Not that I necessarily needed it, but even if you don't use it to win, which you probably should use it to win, it's still a 10-10 with lifesteal. It'll act as like a Reno too. It'll act as a win condition, it'll act as Reno, it'll act as a lot of shit. I don't know why, but I guess I'll do it. There's nothing to even give health to. Just a 10-10 that'll be a 10-11 now that I'll never even use. But yeah, it acts as like a win condition, like a Mech-Cthulhu, let's say. It acts as a fucking, as a heal, like a Reno Jackson. Like, what is this stupid-ass card? We could just put this down. And then we can buff the guy with these 2 imps at least. And we could tap even, if we don't get any good cards here. You're never going to be starved for cards, but you also don't want to waste turns tapping. So many of these games I just don't even tap, and I don't even need to. Okay, I'm okay with doing it here. I don't want to play that slow. I want to get something out here. The buff is something you just keep in your back pocket, though. You don't need to use it yet. Although you do want to put the pressure on. You don't want to let a priest get too comfortable. Discover a copy of a card in your opponent's hand. That's not really a huge deal unless it's the hero. Even if he got this, like the last guy had it, it didn't really bother me. So you could do this to kill that, which doesn't really seem very worthwhile. I could just trade it. Kind of giving him a lot of incentive to AoE here. Oh, I should have done the buff maybe there. I guess you can wait on it. You don't have to do it yet. Okay, so everything gets +2/+2. So if he does like a coin into Holy Nova or something, I could be a little bit worried about it. Or what other cheap AoEs do priests really have? He's trying to play it cool, but I don't think it's really gonna bode too well for him. So now what I'm actually gonna do is let him just deal with this. That maybe isn't the best use of it. But now these are at least a little bit AoE resistant. So I don't have to overcommit with anything. I'll just let him deal with this board. 3/3, 3/4. You can deal with the 1/1s, which brings the 3/3 down. Okay, that still won't be enough to kill it, though. And he didn't understand the damage effect either. If anything, you should have done it the opposite way, I guess. You would have killed both, right? Okay, what do I want this turn? I could deal damage to my own stuff, which is obviously stupid. You could give everything health again.
For the roast, my lord.
This doesn't really seem worth doing, but I guess I have 2 of them, so I'll... Like, I don't have enough of them out there to really justify that. So I'm anticipating an AoE, Dragonfire Potion. They can use anything, of course, in the entire history because this is wild, which is how it should be, really. Light Bomb. Okay, that works too. So you still got the 4-1. Galakrond is a stupid play right now. You want to do this and this. And then we can set up for a buff maybe later. To tap again, I'll save the buff for now. So the +2/+2 buff combined with the buff from the portal could be setting up for close to lethal. But I guess I only have 2 things that'll receive the buff. It would be 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. And he's not going to let me even do it. Okay, we get a little imp for that too. We do have to deal with this somehow. I hate attacking into stuff, really, but sometimes you don't have a choice. There'd be no point in doing this because I don't have enough stuff out there. In fact, I don't really have anything at all right now. Let's do Discover. None of these are going to be an imp. I guess I'm close to the territory where that would actually be good. So you can summon 2 of these. Kill this off. I don't really know. I don't like this position too much, really, but I was almost gonna play that, but then I realized I fucked it up because I should have done it before then. And I wouldn't have had to trade both. Spend the rest of your mana. Gain +2/+2. As long as it doesn't have lifesteal, I guess. That's fine. So this guy's up to 14. He's obviously down to 16 HP. So you can't let him get too comfortable here late in the game. Lifesteal is annoying because you always have to get through it. There's nothing that really bypasses taunts. Right? You don't have any silence or anything like that. In fact, how do I even deal with this right now? That's not going to help. Resurrect 4 friendly imps. Give your imps +2/+2. This won't summon the extra 2 copies. Tradable, give +2/+2, so it'd be 3, 6. I guess I could do it that way, but it just seems kind of ugly and unnecessary. Deal 3 to all minions. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You know what? If my math is correct, this might be worth doing now because I really have nothing else going for me anyway. So we work closer to the infuse being useful. Like, this is going to do 17 by itself. So if he just doesn't summon anything too strong, I could win just off the back of that. The problem is you never want to leave your board bare like this. Which maybe I don't have to do. You can still put that down. So what does that even do? Wait, what? Why is it showing that? Oh, it shuffles just a random thing in there? I don't even know what it does. It just says shuffle a rift, but assuming... Yeah, that's not that impressive. But the lifesteal makes it annoying. I could just do that right back at him. In a certain sense, I feel like I kind of have to. I mean, I hope it kills it. Which thankfully it does. You do it right back, he's down to 17. He's stretching this out a little bit farther than I thought he'd be able to, though. Which is always concerning. Once you get to this point, it's quite possible that you could lose. Oh, shit. But it shouldn't have the same infused value, should it? It doesn't... Yeah, it won't do the effect.
You failed.
In fact, it won't even do the other effect. So I could do this into this, so that'll be +4. But there's no way we can get it to +9. Give your imps +2/+2. Summon 2 copies. So we need to just flood the board a little bit now. Summon 2 copies. Let's do this. Summon the 2 copies. And then we can trade into this. Oh, fuck. His health is going to be off the chain then. Damn it. Yeah, see, this is how you lose. You just let it go way too long. Because if I don't trade, then he's going to keep healing anyway. He'll just attack into it and stuff. That's kind of stupid. Because now priests get very scary. He's back to full health. This guy is cute and all, but it's going to be too late. How's he getting this many of them? I don't get it. I understand how he recycled it once, but how did he get the other one? Is it just dumb luck? Summons a 3/3, summons another 3/3. That's kind of lucky, I guess, in a way. Wait, what? Wait, how did I get so many in a row like that? Yeah, see, I just can't even deal with big stuff right now. You have 15 or less health. So I can give these guys +2/+2 or whatever. Maybe the best I can come up with. Put another one in there. I don't even care. Like, let him do what he's gonna do. Oh, I'm gonna burn my cards. I'm kind of choking now. Okay. Fuck. It's fine. You're not gonna get a matchup like this too often. Or we played a lot of priests and we beat them. This is just like the stage in the game where you can't win necessarily. I still could have, but this thing kind of fucks me over with the lifesteal. That's what can be really tough to deal with. Obviously I misplayed a lot, but he's got like my Iron Juggernaut feel, but for this guy instead. You just substitute it. The point is though, the infuse doesn't carry over, so you still have to account for that. Right, you'd have to refresh it and have a bunch of stuff die again. Yeah, I only have 1 card anyway. Why didn't that even trigger? Oh, because my hand is full, I guess. Infuse, battle cry, blah, blah, blah. I guess I could trade and then still do it? Like, that lifesteal is nasty, though. Like, think about how much he would have healed there if he didn't already have the ability to do that. Now, the problem is you still take fatigue damage, even with that, right? Wait, why do you even draw? Oh, as a result of the effect itself. So unless he can't deal with my board at all now and he gets destroyed, very unlikely to happen, though, with 40 health, too. And he's just got 1,000,000 of those, which I should expect by now. That was pretty evenly split, but I guess he didn't have that much, really. Okay, that wasn't that impressive, but I'm obviously not going to be able to do much here. 4 1/1s. I guess I could do this. The rift thing is kind of nice, though, too. Would you rather have 2 1/1s or a 3/3 every turn? So you have 3 of these. You could put out maybe something more and then get this to 10. Take him out. Get another 1/1. So you can keep putting these in there. What would make it really good is if it didn't cause you to fatigue, but of course that would mean denying yourself a draw. In fact, you draw it right away, but not that that point really matters as much. So is he going to be able to keep dealing with these boards? Probably pretty easily. He's probably got 1,000,000 more of those lifesteal clowns. See, if we still win after all of that, then I'd be very impressed, but clearly he's got a lot of options. Not the least of which is going to heal him again for way more. Or clear the board. I forget what those cards even do. It does both, of course. You can't even complain because this is kind of the point. You have to get him before it gets to this point. This, and then summon 2 copies of this. Do this. Which, doesn't this cause me to take fatigue now too? Yeah, that's kind of shit. So I have 1 HP left. There's just no mathematical way to do this. That was still misplayed badly, but I don't think it would have mattered because basically he was just going to win no matter what. Immune while you control a whelp. That's not really that big of a deal, but I guess it kind of is. 8/8 rush with immune is not bad. For some reason I don't remember it having rush. So the fatigue alone is going to destroy me there. Even this wouldn't save me. I love doing a hero card on top of a hero card.
For a mortal.
Now that's kind of annoying because it ruins the streak. Just trying to degenerately climb as much as I can. Just because that is one achievement that I've always wanted, is just to get it in wild. I've done it in standard. Probably could have done it in standard a number of times too, but it's just so boring. At least this will be more fun because even though I'm using a degenerate deck that probably is, you know, meta or whatever, at least a little bit, other people won't necessarily be, or at least we'll see a variety of stuff. So you can't let the game go on that long against a priest. Please give me a variety of matchups.
You asked for it.
But this is fine. This is maybe okay, but I don't like to start with it. Summoning the 4/1/1s is okay, but it's not like great. We barely even used the Voidwalker. This is good to do early on, I suppose, but
I see you've brought guests.
the card draw kind of ends up decking you out, as we saw there, so you got to be a little bit careful, especially against somebody who has 40 cards. So that plays into control even better. You might think, oh, 40 health for 40 cards is a fair trade-off because 40 cards is typically a bad thing. But the reason why that's not the case is because it could be good in control because you just want to survive. So you have as many high, beefy stuff as possible so you get into fatigue mode and you could win that way. We can summon all the 1/1s, which would encourage him to AoE, really. And then as soon as you get rid of it, I can just do another one. So that's kind of a good early game play. Maybe an overcommit, but you know, he's going to have AoE, so you're just going to have to deal with him. Right? Especially against a mage. So you're off to ping mode. That is an interesting decision to make. I guess I don't even have to do anything, though. Like, you could do this, but then you're rewarding the AoE a bit too much. Right? You don't want to overcommit like that. So now we're playing into the infuse by letting him AoE our stuff down. Why did he ping that one, though? You would think he would ping the 4/2. How convenient is that? Wow. So that's like a 10 mana value for 4 mana for a 3/5. Some of these cards, man. Many of which I'm using. Cards just like that, so I'm acknowledging it. So you can bring this up to a 3. Or you could do the same thing again. Bring it up to a 5. Just to hit that. Poke this, and then we can summon it again. So assuming you might not have an answer for it this time. In fact, you didn't even have an answer for it then because you had to just ignore it and kill the imps instead. Okay, you got a 5/3 and this. So even these ones are running over him a bit. We don't have to overcommit anything, but let's see what we got. Could be explosive something. Oh, that's not even that big of a deal. Just give it to, let's say, a random imp. Because the taunt's already a high priority target for him, so let's just make it as difficult as possible. This is already up to 10, so in case it does get to that point, that can be like your finisher, your last gasp. But again, it's not in the deck list ordinarily. Draw a secret from your deck, cost 0. That and obviously Galakrond, which is probably a bad idea to keep, but just I'm gonna do it because I like the hero power. Synergy with the imps, even if it is stupid. Speaking of which, so you're not actually losing anything for this.
Are you little?
You can just keep doing it. We don't have to overcommit anything. And we don't really have any AoE protection, but we just have the ability to summon a bunch of more shit. So that's one way to deal with that. Now he's gonna blow them all up himself. But that's not even that many, like. You gotta be careful not to attack directly now, because then he'll AoE everything. So at this point, we're able to sack everything with low HP. Maybe I'll leave that one. Nothing. How does he just have nothing? I don't need to do that yet. Although I guess I could. Summon 2 3/2s. You don't really have to wait on that even. He just doesn't even have anything that he can use. Like, you'd have to clear the board for sure. And even then he might have a bit of trouble. He could Blizzard is always a good way to stem the tide a little bit. That might be the best bet. Death Rattle gain 8 armor with taunt. Could be a little bit annoying. Some kind of buff here would be excellent. Like even this is good. So we could kill it with the 2. This is already up to 13. I'll do this. Okay, deal 6 excess. I don't really care about that. So we're going to summon even more just to allow ourselves to trade this into it. And then you'd certainly be able to... Oh, I thought I'd be able to pop the block then. I forgot about the armor thing. Okay, fine. So what's his best case now? He gets the Flame Strike or something. Blizzard? Okay, so he had it all along, or did he just top deck it? I didn't see.
Mind if I roll need?
Man. So you can't let them last but so long. So we gotta play this, but you wanna pop the block first. Come like this. Come like this. That should be good enough. I'm not gonna even tap, just in case he has something crazy up his sleeve. So pop the block and then play the Denathrius guy. That's all I need is 3 damage on the board. That's all I need. Assuming it even is Ice Block, which I guess if it's Ice Barrier, we could just finish him with this anyway. He's not going to summon something huge, is he? This is going to do 18. Yeah, there should be no... Oh my fucking god. There should be no way out of this for him, but let's see. Icebox. So next turn, if I do it, we should be in good shape. So what can I do in the meantime? I guess I could just do this just because I have nothing else to do. So stupid. This is almost like a VM thing to have in there. It doesn't synergize with anything. It's just completely random and stupid. If only this picture was different. You should be able to choose this one or a different one. I don't like the way this one looks. I forgot that they look like that. Draconic Imp. Summon Rag. The funny thing is this still shouldn't matter because I can clear the board and just do the fucking... It doesn't even matter. You only got 1. I can't think of a scenario where this doesn't kill them. Yeah, I would just have to do 1 to his face. And even if it didn't, it killed the taunts, I could hit him with the imps on the board. So that's where that does actually come into play. Right, people might say it's not that good for this, although it does seem kind of perfect for it. And it's not like a card that you even have to craft, right? Everybody just has it. So So maybe that's their way of justifying power creep or bullshit overpowered stuff. Just give it to everybody so nobody can complain about it. But that's not really the point. It's just more boring when you see everybody use it. Like Renthal is the same thing who gives you 40 health. Wonder if it's the same exact person. I guess we won't know because it just says your opponent.
Shall be mine.
So you can keep the gang boss, but I almost don't even want it. Give me something a little bit earlier too, like a 2 cost, 1 yeah. So this only summons 1, which is very bad to do it like that. You could put this down first, or maybe this is a scenario where you play this. I don't want this card in there, like it's so trash. I don't get why. There must be some deeper trade value to the 1 health, but it just doesn't even seem good. Give minions in your hand plus 1 health. And so many of your things are summoned by spells anyway, so it doesn't even really matter. Spell damage plus 1. We could do it again. I can't really decide what I want to do. Why don't we just do that, and then it'll be a 2/4. So now he's got to be scared of both. So if he can clear my board easily this early, I'm in trouble, but it should be unlikely that they're able to do that. So that card that gives you 1 draw for every imp is amazing, obviously. We kind of misplayed it against the priest where it was not the right time to really do it. There are times you get to where some cards are just useless, right? Like you're almost in top deck mode, so or you're almost in fatigue mode, so why would you even do that? He's got a 1 cost spell. What could it be? Shoot 3 missiles, transform them into ones that cost 1 less. That's kind of annoying. Very annoying, in fact. Upgrades when you have 5. There's really nothing I can do here, even. I'm not a big fan of this situation. That's a good way to kind of derail the synergies that you have with the imps. Like, even if it summons something decent, in return, right, you're not going to get all those bonuses that I had. And this is a bit of a card-starved beginning, which I don't like. Your spells cost 1 more, which I don't even really care too much about. I wouldn't want to do that one anyway. May as well just summon what you got while you got it. This is 2/6 instead of a 2/5. Not that big of a deal. I don't even know what I'm playing against half the time because I don't know what people are using, and of course in Wild you never really know. That's not a very good use of Fireball, I think it's safe to say, but maybe against this deck, I don't know. This doesn't feel like a very good move there. We could use this to summon 2, which is not anything special really. I guess I will still do it. 2 3/2s. And then Imp Gang Boss can be a little bit of AoE protection here after. I like how that has actually become a relevant card to use, whereas it obviously wouldn't have been for a super long time, unless I'm mistaken, right? That wasn't considered like a great thing because the Imp synergy is so specific. I mean, you have 2 of them now. There's no reason to really do that. Next minion inherits this. Kind of playing with Fire Bite, tapping that much, but I guess I am in kind of desperate need of card draw. Okay, we got a lot of infused stuff from that. You can summon 2 back, so you could just do it and then do it again. No problem with that. So we didn't lose anything that turn. So this needs a few more infuses in there. Basically, if you wipes my board, I could do it. You kind of want to always play this early just to overwhelm them. Like, use the 1 AoE that you have, and then I'll do it, and then I'll just kill you. You won't be able to deal with it unless you do like a Blizzard Flame Strike back to back, which is very possible. Transform everything into dragons, okay. Give everything a +2/+2. You can certainly do that.
The top shelf is.
You could do it like this. Alternatively, I could do 10/16, but I'm not going to greed that hard for it. And we get some of our infuses together here. So this is a very amazing card as well. Imagine that in Arena, but I guess then you'd have to commit to demons in a way that you might not be able to guarantee. So now it creates the perfect play for this. Like, what are you going to do after flame striking again? This should just win the game for you. There should be nothing more you can do. I'm not even going to tap just in case. You probably should, but... So it's unlikely you should have an answer to that after you just use your one AoE. 5, 4, 3, 3, 5, 4. Like, look how busted that is, dude. Yeah, that's the proper use of flame strike now. Thank you for that. Desperately clutching for a spell. And of course we got this coming too as the final. You think you survive every last thing, but then this just fucks you over. Okay, dude. That's pretty good. I mean, for a 1-cost card, that is pretty amazing. You could just do this, I guess, for now. And then I set up for the finisher here. I don't really need to overdo it. Right? I think this is good. This will be an infuse effect. So he'll spend the whole turn clearing my board, which should allow me to do this with impunity without having to worry about him. He would have to clear the board and gain health and then deal with that the next turn. It's just not going to happen. He'd have to summon something big, I guess, also could work. Summon like a big taunt with lifesteal. That's not going to matter. In fact, I can just kill you with what's on the board, so that doesn't even help you. 3. He can't do that AoE, can he? Even if he could, he's still dead. This is a nasty synergy. I'm surprised it's not in there by default. It fits so perfectly with that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Just do that. Maybe it didn't kill him. Yeah, you still have to do one more hit afterwards. I hate to do it to you, but everybody else uses degenerate stuff, so I can't have fun and wild either. So for once, just this one time, I want to actually climb. It's been a long time since I even tried to do this. Of course, that was in standard, which is far more boring. Although I guess at that point there wasn't much difference because there weren't nearly as many cards in the game. Now it's like you get 10 years worth of stuff. So why wouldn't you want to see that? That's so awesome to, you know, so much variety, so many dynamic things that you can mix together. That's why I even thought, why doesn't Galakrond synergize with this? You should never really keep it. The likelihood is you're not going to be able to get any value out of it. This is kind of stupid though because it kills your own stuff, so you got to pick your time as to when you want to play it. Shuffle 3 rifts, draw... Oh, that's why I had so many. It wasn't just from the ones from my hero power. There were 3 that I put in there anyway by default.
We have turned our curse into our
Hero power costs 1. So last time I did lose, or one of the times I lost last time was to a shaman, so I do have to be wary. This is a class that has been a little bit tricky for me. Basically, shaman and priest I've lost to, but priest was pretty predictable. Just in terms of, I mean, they could do like the shutter walk type shit, but you would think you'd kill them before then. After your hero attacks, summon a random basic totem, so it's a very totem-focused thing, apparently. Based on this as well. 0, 2. Obviously, we can do this. Then we'd be able to kill it. There must be a lot of synergy cards with that of course, I haven't seen. It's a good way to see a lot of stuff, you know. But then again, standard is better to see new stuff that you wouldn't be familiar with, but... It just seems like such a shame to undercut the variety of cards throughout the history of the game. Give it +2, so I mean I could just focus fire it, treat it like a taunt. Cast a random spell that costs 3 or less. Wait. At the end of... Oh, I thought it said at the end of your next turn. I obviously can't leave that around. I could just do it like this. It seems like a shame not to go face like that, but let's just see what kind of AoEs they got. Bait out the AoE early, then we got a whole bunch more stuff coming. It's unlikely it'll kill this too, or I guess Lightning Storm kind of does that now. I think they buffed Lightning Storm to do a fixed amount of damage, so it doesn't vary between like 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 depending on spell damage and stuff. He's obsessed with totems. Oh yeah, this never used to be a basic totem. I forget when they did that. It was obviously a long time ago, but... I guess I just don't play against shamans that much then. And I never really play as them. There's some classes I just don't play as, period. Give your totems +2 attack, although I do love the evolve stuff. This is kind of scary. But they're kind of burning themselves out of cards maybe a little bit. So you can kill this. I'm not really sure about this.
You little.
You can get rid of one of these. What does this do? After you summon a 1-cost minion, give it +2/+1. I'm assuming that they're not going to summon any 1-cost stuff, just like whatever, but let's see.
These books are ruined.
Everything is going to be him able to trade except for the 3/3. I don't know. I don't know what I'm playing against. That's the thing with a lot of these. You just have to improvise and figure it out. Like you're a Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist where you're one of the best duelists in the world, quote unquote. But then you also don't know what the cards do and you constantly have to explain them or have them explained to you. And you're constantly shocked by stuff that you should already know. Costs 1 less for each totem you summon in the game. There's like a weird intrigue element to that show. Like how like there's only 3 blue eyes in the whole world. And like there's all this kind of weird stuff that is, you know, kind of like Vogue. Costs 1 less for each totem you summon. Okay, so that's a good synergy for him, I suppose.
Why do you fall?
I'll just do that. Now, if he AoEs me pretty bad, I'm going to regret it, but that's probably exactly what I'm playing into. That's kind of a weak thing, but I couldn't really have traded into it. I'm hoping I can just accept the fact that, you know, let the board clear and then we can reset with that guy. This is kind of like good if you burn out early. If you just can't kill them. After you summon a 1-cost. So now I could just AoE his whole board out. All I'd have to do is like 4 damage to this. I could also use the library. Maybe I could wait. No, it's just so tempting to do that. So what do I have to do? I'd like to hit it with the 2, but I want this to summon a thing. So I'll sacrifice... Wait, but this is going to die anyway, so why does it matter? I guess just to be able to hit face, maybe. So this comes into play pretty clutch, honestly. Some people might have said just do the portal, but that AoE just seems so perfect that we just get to reset and figure it out. And we still have a little bit remaining on the board, which is decent with the M-Gang boss. And if he gets hit again, we get to do that. I love how you just could draw into 3 rifts just right off the bat like that. So now they're very card-starved. What kind of card draw do shamans really have? I guess I don't even know too well. What is the biggest card draw that they have? That's so weird. I can't think of a single thing that lets them draw like 3 or more. Maybe they just don't have it still. Or they just maybe use like a neutral card to try to do it. He's got the 3/4. We could draw even more if I wanted to. You could do this. Okay, that infuse isn't going to work. I could buff them. So why don't I just do... this plus this. Now you could do 3, 3, and 5. And so next turn we're setting up for something nasty. Basically, if this 1 card doesn't save him, we're going to win. That was an interesting start, but again, it's only turn 7. Your totem obsession is much respected. This is the kind of deck that I would use. Just commit to a theme, whatever that theme might be.
Well done, creep.
Now that's not me being a dick.
That was intentional.
I thought they were dead. My bad. Oh fuck, I could have easily done it. Getting too cocky now. I really thought I had lethal. How could that not be enough? Whoops. Now imagine they come back, they play Reno or something. Seems very unlikely though. Deal 3. Your opponent's spell costs 2 more. Pretty sick portrait.
This time.
Yeah, let's queue up immediately after and we'll play the same person again, which is more likely in Wild because less people play it, I guess, which it should really be the opposite. More people should play it because it's just better. So I don't know if this is really going to take you the whole way, but it's at least quick and to the point. That's the other thing. Forget about whether it's even good or not. Like if you had to choose between a top tier control deck or a slightly worse aggro deck, you'd rather do aggro because it's so much quicker. The games won't take an hour just to win one. You'll be able to win several in a row, or that's what I always said, like with Pirate Warrior. It took me like a whole month to get to, you know, 1 to 5, whatever, rank in that, versus, I don't know if that's really something you want that early. It took me like a whole month to get to rank 1, let's say. Whereas with Pirate Warrior, I get to rank like 3 or 4 in like a few hours. Just because even if you lose, you're going to lose quickly. You're not going to waste an hour trying to do something. So there's actually nothing in my hand. There's nothing to buff with that. Like, why would I even do that? This seems kind of pointless, but I'd much rather be using Renounced Darkness, but somehow I have an urge just to try to fucking do this. Caring about legend rank in 2022, but I guess I just never thought about it in Wild because I always swear by Wild and I love it. But what is the deal here? You could play this. I don't really know. I don't really see the point though. It's gonna be a Cthulhu priest, which is interesting. Could be a lot of other things though mixed in though. You got a circle of healing. Oh shit. Actually using it properly, although I still don't know how good that really is, but it at least slows whatever I'm doing down a lot. This has got to infuse twice more. You can do this to set up maybe for... I really don't have a lot of good options here, so... Now if they have an AoE, that's devastating because then they control the board and they don't even have to waste their attacks doing it. So hopefully they don't have it. That's not a huge deal, but we can get card draw for these at least if I want, but I guess it's not enough. So I could summon 2 more, or I could buff them. Maybe it's the opportune time to do it. It's only 2 though. I might not get another chance.
The top shelf is X.
It's almost like I should take care of the Blade Master, but at least one of them stays alive now. Because you don't want to let them buff and just get carried away. Double Divine Spirit Inner Fire fucking combo me down. 12, 24. Haven't actually seen that be used in a super long time, but obviously it used to be an amazing one. Even just like with the Light Spawn. But then again, you don't even... Oh, because you could just do it with Divine Spirit alone. You wouldn't need... Yeah, I haven't seen that card in a super long time either. Its attack is always equal to its health. So, what do we got here? You're gonna keep healing it, I bet. Just don't buff it. Ah, fuck. Start of your turn, restore 3 health to a friendly character. Deal 2 damage. What do we got now? You could summon 2 of these. You could also give them health. Don't really have anything too good here.
For the roast, my lord.
Imagine I could have an actually useful card instead of that, but I'm doing it purely for the RP of it. Not saying it's always going to be bad, but generally speaking, it's just not good. Because you don't get any of the infuse, or not the infuse, but the invoke effects. Okay, how much more shit you got? Okay. Almost more inclined to try to take out the light well, but you could just do it with this, which actually... You could also do this, which would do... What exactly? Oh, it would allow them both to survive, too.
For the roast, my lord.
Maybe it would have been better to even do the Voidwalker there, but... That's the biggest thing, so they won't die. So now an AoE is pretty scary. They're running a bit dry on cards, so let's see what they can do about that. Some kind of resurrection shit, but that wouldn't even be too good. See, we can't tell whether these people are like just new players with bad decks or what. Maybe it is good, but like using the injured Blade Master in 2022 is probably not the meta thing to do at all, I would assume. This should be a generally good position. It could have done that. I almost had the temptation to do it, but this looks like a pretty good board to which he would need one of the many AoE cards he could have. I'm almost expecting always to see Dragonfire Potion, but then we keep seeing Light Bomb instead. What other AoEs do they even have? Just Holy Nova, Light Bomb, Dragonfire Potion, and there's like one more. And there's also that Silence one that I got so pissed about. Silence everything and destroy it. Like, what the fuck? That plays around way too many things. Like, just, you can't get any Death Rattle protection. Sure, it costs 9 to do it, but even then it feels like it should cost 10 plus. Okay, that wasn't a very big deal. Yeah, they're using something that just doesn't look that good, if I'm honest. So it's good in a situation like this where you have nothing really to play, and, you know, I mean, it's still not good, but... And you do get the random demon summon, which can sometimes be good. Give all demons in your hand +1/+1. So now we get these lovely 2 imps every turn for 2 mana, which is fine. It would have... because it's bad to play this now, but then you would rather have Jiraxis or something else, but... I wish it cost a little bit less. Or like it should have a function, if you want to sacrifice the invoke effect, it only costs like 5. So then you can't invoke it. All you can do is summon the 2, whatever, like... Because the invoke thing is just stupid. And it's like that Lakari thing requires you to discard stuff. Like, I just want the effect without the condition. Even if I don't get the benefit of the condition as a result. I imagine this will be a lot harder as we get higher up, but I'm just going basically 1 color each time. So this episode we'll get to gold, and then from there we'll get to whatever, platinum, diamond, and legend, obviously. Legend 1 we'll do as a bonus stream with this fucking trash. What do I want? Infuse for 2. A little bit confusing, actually. I don't know how to deal with this mathematically. Like, I guess this will still be alive. Summon 2 more of these, and maybe 1 of these. We still have plenty of things in the hand. We could draw a whole bunch more. Don't need to summon the Voidwalker, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. It looks good to me.
Do you know the secret?
So I mean, you do get a little bit of synergy with the imps here, obviously from the power, but generally speaking, you know, summoning 2 1/1s is not the greatest thing in the world. But see how I just at least have the willingness to try it, even though this is some kind of busted deck anyway. It might even be better just to give this up for it. I don't even want to use the library yet. Just go like this, go like this. I don't even mind summoning that. So let's just do it next turn. I mean, it just seems like they've run dry on cards and they have nowhere to go, but we're able to do 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 plus 5. Or maybe not. Good thing we can summon the 1/1s right back. Too bad you don't get the effect out of that because... Fuck. Have another library. You can have 2 of these going at once. How about that? It would be better to buff this just so that you can get more 1/1s, even though I can't get them there. That's so busted how you can do 2 together. That should be something you're not able to do. Because imagine, like, you could do both buffs in 1 turn and just get lethal in a situation where, like, look how much extra damage that was. That's so stupid. 10, 19, 20, 21. This is 6/5. We can just do it like this. Summon more. Doesn't really matter. One good use of the hero power. Look at how good this synergy is, even though it's not at all.
I feast upon.
That's so dumb, dude. We got 9, 10, 11, 12 plus 6. I guess it's still not enough. Oh, it will be.
Are you little?
The double portal action. You've rarely seen that happen. Of course, it takes up a space on your board, but how often do you really have a full board anyway? I guess with this, you kind of do sometimes. So we're up to 6. It's going to be some kind of panda, Lore Walker Cho. You really got to milk the win streaks, otherwise it just takes too long, really. I don't know if they start to diminish win streaks as you get higher, but maybe they even shouldn't, because it's like, you know, it'd be harder to get a win streak. Like, oh, you shouldn't be able to use that at Legend, but you also shouldn't be winning that many times in a row at Legend, necessarily. I haven't seen too many rogues.
Your soul shall be mine.
Yeah, we should keep Galakrond because it was so good for us there. This could be okay to keep because, you know, any kind of infuse is maybe okay. It almost seems like Voidwalker is a misfit. Like, we've rarely used it or gotten any kind of value out of it. It's surprising it's even considered still decent now. That took a little bit longer than it normally does. So you can do this first, I guess, and then summon this in front of it. So you'll summon something to try to attack it, and then we can literally block for him. And other than that, I don't have like a great hand here. Sometimes you do kind of run a little bit dry on cards. Maybe I won't even do it yet. This is just such a disgusting card. Like, I hate it so much. I hate some of these card designs. Like, why do they make cards like this? Like, power creep has come and gone, but this is something different. Like, they're just trying to almost rub it in your face. And you could choose not to use them like I typically... You know, I have the right to say that too. Like, sure, I might be doing something semi-meta now, although I don't even know for sure if this will get you all the way, but it's at least good. Gain +2/+2 for each other one played this game, so he's going to somehow copy it, even though if I just kill it now, it might not be an issue. So you could do this and then set up for a buff, just in terms of the portal. So if he kills them, obviously we get the little kind of waste of Fan of Knives right before I do that. What else do you got? Gonna waste a spell on a 1/1. 4 cost.
Welcome.
Go for 3 ambushes in your deck. Okay, this we've seen many, many times. You got the portal, and you got maybe... The portal is going to be enough to just trade into that, first of all. You could buff it. That's kind of nasty, so let's see what he can do. 7/3. Be putting the pressure on a lot early, and then if he clears this, we can summon 3 more, like the doppelgangster effect here. This, oh, this would be dirty too. Imagine if he can't clean this up too much. And that was a pretty good attempt to do it, but we still get quite a bit out of it. In fact, this just gives it to all demons, so we could even just do this. Oh no, we don't have enough.
The top shall be.
Let's see what he can do here. Of course, if you didn't have that 40 HP thing, you'd be done for, but that's fair enough. You're down to 8. Deal 1. He's got all these weak little spells that he's doing. Fan of Knives and stuff. Imagine if that was his battle cry too. Bring your health back up to 40. He's Reno all in one. Okay, easy kill there. Look how fast they go. That's the best part about it. You can just speed run this shit. I'll upload the whole thing and it'll only be like a few hours. Getting to gold legend and fucking, or I mean wild legend. Oh, maybe it is only 2 stars. I thought we got 4 last time. Yeah, like getting to gold is an achievement because I couldn't do it with some of these theme decks I was doing, which was what made me try this in the first place. I just got so fed up. Like, everybody wants to use some busted shit, so I may as well just do it too. Like, why would I go out of my way if this is how it's gonna be? It just seems wrong.
I must protect the wild.
The voices really peak on my thing.
Be mine.
That's kind of weird. Okay, so we have this. We can keep it for the infuse. You don't really want to keep that. I mean, if you get it, you get it, but you can wait. So I tend to like to summon this first, especially if I go first, which I am. Or no, I'm not. Like, because then he'll summon something to kill it, but then you can put something in front. Here he'll get the first step, but he might not summon anything at all anyway. So the biggest thing is just each player gains 2. I mean, that can be fine, but it kind of it speeds up the pace of the game. Or I mean, it slows down the game a lot because he's going to have a lot too. If you have any unspent mana, draw a card. There's just too much going on now. Let's just go all in since he gave me the chance to do that, and hopefully he can't just clear the board just like that. He gets swiped. If he swipes, that's just like a kick in the nads because there's nothing. I guess I didn't have to go in that hard, but you feel like you want to make up for how, you know, how fast he's going to make it go now. He's already at turn 4, so you want to have him like down to half HP by now or something. Or at least have some compelling board, so we do now. Kind of confusing actually, like what is he? Summon 2 1/2 turtles with taunt. So he wants to keep this alive at all costs. I don't have to worry about the board so much. Give everything +2/+2 is actually a perfect pickup for that though.
Top shelf is.
That is a top deck for the ages, so you can do 3, 3, 5, and 3. So he's completely card starved. We got tremendous value. So I even just said you don't really want the bartender, but you definitely did want it there. Hearthstone can be fun. You see how much fun I have with it normally, right? Getting my ass beat in fucking at silver rank 10. To give me 4 stars. 2 isn't enough anymore. Shit. Yeah, silver 5. This just makes it feel so stupid, like anybody could do this with any sort of meta-approved deck, which I still don't even know for sure whether this is or not, because I don't really look stuff up. I just saw it in the game, and I'm using what the game is telling me to use, because it even showed, like, you know, in the deck recipes or whatever on the when you go to make your deck.
Gul'dan versus Medivh.
Let the games begin. Your soul shall be mine.
I haven't really gotten hard countered by any particular class yet. It's just more a question of I don't really like this hand. I can't really decide. The infuse effect is okay. I don't know. It's like it's fine, but it's a little bit weird. That could have been a mistake right there even.
I see you.
This is kind of a weird upgrades by 2 when traded. But you can't really afford to just do that. Like, that's too slow of a play to trade it. So that means you'll get 4. Because you don't want to wait. This deck is all about just pushing the pressure. You can't wait like, oh, I'll wait 20 turns to get it again, and then I get a slightly more imps. Like, who gives a shit at that point? You can do this now to just get it to 3 attack. And so what's going to happen is, even if he clears that, I can do it again. Get it to 5 attack, even if we use it for a trade, but there shouldn't be anything that strong that he can summon. Okay. Wish for the perfect card. I still don't know exactly how that works. Like, maybe the perfect card for the situation, like somehow it knows that, or I don't really know what the pool of cards is that it chooses from there. So you can do this just as like basic AoE protection. So I don't mind sacking into that, even if it seems a little bit counterproductive. So now we get the infused thing. I think we're there, right? Oh no, one more. I mean, I say AoE protection, but there isn't even that much stuff to AoE right now. It's only turn 3. That's the thing about it. My board doesn't look that intimidating, but just like it's too much too fast.
I will crush your delusions of grandeur.
One of the best lines ever. I'm glad they used that one. They kind of ruined Malagos though. The idea that I guess I could do these instead. Like I don't need to just do the Imps. Let's see what we discover actually. After your hero takes damage, refresh your mana crystal, shuffle 3 legendary prime. Now, is he considered an imp? Because he certainly looks like one, but it doesn't say it in the name. 3 legendary prime minions into your deck. Also damages. I mean, I could mess around with that idea maybe, but we'll kill this. We'll get another imp out of it. And so, what kind of board clear are we looking at for 4 mana? He could do like Volcanic Potion, something like that. I think I always used to call it Volcanic Potion, but it's Volcanic, I think, is how it's spelled. So this should be pretty tough to deal with, too. It's kind of weird that you have this in there. Choose a friendly minion, discover a minion of the same type. Like, I'm not even saying it's bad. It's just, yeah, see, they made it a fixed static value. So it's no longer 2 to 3. That was pretty punishing still, but we can do this. I'm not going to play this for a while probably because it's just whatever. It could be interesting. I don't even know what. Random prime legendary minions. Those are like the... I don't think I've ever really used those in the deck. Let's just go all in because he just AoE'd me hard. Maybe summoning the flame in there is ill-advised because that's too much commitment, but I'm just assuming he can't deal with it. We haven't seen Frost Nova in a super long time. Forgotten that card even exists. Like, you could Frost Nova into Blizzard, into something else like fucking Flame Strike. So, this looks like a pretty imposing board. We saved this. But I kind of do need a bit of card draw, so I might have to tap here. I wouldn't want to just overcommit with this. You got to have some clear rules for overcommitment, but it feels like it changes based on the... He's very confused as to what to do right now. Which means he clearly just doesn't have anything. So you don't have to overcommit. The only thing I might do is buff them if I get the opportunity. Fill up the hand while he's dealing with this board, which is still very hard to deal with. Frost Nova into Doomsayer, right, that too. In 2022. I have seen the Doomsayer a few times actually, but they just kind of play it there as if it's a taunt. That doesn't even really bother me too much. Actually, it does because I forgot about the 40 health aspect of it. Okay, we can stretch this out a bit more.
The top shall be.
The problem is these values don't really add up much. It's like I don't want to just leave that there. It seems kind of stupid, but yeah, we were like 1 damage off. It just seems way too greedy to go face all the way there. And of course they made Flame Strike do 5 damage, so it's not like these are even resistant to it. Right, normally a 5/5 you'd say I have nothing to worry about. He'd have to ping it. Change the cost to 1, but it might be too late for him. If only we got a portal now. Because what I have is the ability to 5, 10, 15, 19. So that'd be 20, 21, 22. I guess it still wouldn't be enough. Voidwalker. I could take my chances and just go face, but I can't do that. You could do this as well. Why don't I do this just because it's fun? You can go ahead and AoE the shit out of me if you really want. That's pretty much your only hope anyway. So I don't know if that counts as an imp or not. How would I be able to tell? I guess I could summon a card that... like the 1/3 that gets attack based on it. This should be an imp, but it doesn't say it on there. That's one of the only ones that... Like, it's not like they say imp at the bottom, but they all have imp in the name.
Who knows what secrets
Oh shit, what's he got? The heal bot? But that doesn't matter. You won't even be able to play it. That's a completely meaningless thing to do.
extraordinary?
You get 2 6 spells that you're never gonna get to use because the game's always over before it's 10 mana anyway, and if it's not, then I'll just do that fucking Denathrius shit. I do want to try some other fun themed decks and stuff, but well, maybe actually if I get to gold quickly, I'll do that. But then I won't play in ranked, obviously. That's why people make multiple accounts, I guess. I used to use that one a lot, actually, in my anti-spell thing. Because the only spells you had were very high cost, like Blizzard and Flame Strike and whatnot. So it made perfect sense. We get a nice, honorable kill. I love his death sound, too. He should say that line that I used to do for my RP. This feeble mortal coil, like when he dies in the... I can't do it anymore, the voice, but... When he dies in the Black Morass. Because that implies that Sargeras is like... You know, he's the one who's saying it, obviously, through him. Okay, we're up to, what is it, rank 4? The Big Game Hunter. Why do I feel like he was a lot higher up there? He got demoted like crazy. I thought he was like a 1 to 5 rank when it used to be like 1 to 20. I mean, this guy comes in handy, but you don't really need to do it. Even the 4 cost is debatable whether you should do it because... Oh, in fact, this is a hunter, so we haven't really thought about how to deal with this as much. See, now that gets a thumbs up from me, even though I'm going to be a degenerate against it. Because that's just fun to have. That's a lot. So, we have to rush down a hunter, which is questionable to try to do. He might beat me to it. And he has 40 health. So, it seems... Okay, we've seen this one a lot, but... In fact, we've seen it way too much. Probably is what people are saying about the imp stuff, too, but... I think I have every right to do this, because how many years have I played this game and gushed over Wild and how fun it is with, like, Renounced Darkness and Explore on Goro and even the Zinazari thing now with the fucking other warrior deck, anti-spell, all these things which aren't good, and I always get my ass beat. But, or I can't go too far, at least with the ranks. And so now I finally am being a degenerate myself. For really only the second time ever when playing this game. And you know what happened last time? I got Legend and fucking Standard with the Armor Warrior, which was a really fun deck. That's really why I did it. I didn't just say, oh, I feel like getting to whatever this season. I just enjoyed that deck so much. With Justicar and the Shield Maidens and stuff. That's how long ago it was. I mean, the portal is cute, but...
Sorry, we don't have any.
No reason to do it yet. Yeah, but Justicar will always have a special place in my heart. I forget what some of the hero powers for a lot of them are garbage. Like the only 2 that really mattered were Priest and Warrior. 3 cost. So you gotta infuse once more. Oh, this is a brick turn though. This is a really bad turn. Weird decision making too, but I guess I just have nothing else to play, so I could have drawn a card, I guess. Yeah, maybe keeping the 4 cost isn't the best idea, because even if I get 3 3/3s out there now, it's not that big of a deal. The thing is, I could buff 2 of them, or I could wait and then do it. All minions lose stealth, destroy all enemy secrets. It should also include enemy locations too. Like what mechanic counters this? Location stuff. Wait, it's still not there? Okay, I'm kind of screwed now. Oh, this is a bad spot to be in. I thought I'd be able to do it the next turn. Oh, it's because I used a coin, so I kind of tricked myself. Or no, I thought the infuse was already there. What happened? Your next hero power deals 2 more damage. That's such an easy condition to do, too. Deal damage with 2 spells. Like, why is that? It's not like you're going out of your way to do that. Fuck. Okay, we might actually lose this one. But this is clearly a deck that a lot of people use as well. We may as well just use the buffs. Like, I got nothing else going. You got 2 6/6s and a 3/3. Let's see how easily he can deal with that. Probably pretty easily. This just doesn't feel like the kind of game that goes the way you want. Yeah, this Hunter deck is really good. I've almost never beaten it. The one that reduces the hero power. I mean, I guess I was using a shitty deck at the time that I wasn't beating him, but let's see if this busted one can match his. Havish, the Master Marksman. He's going face. Imagine the balls on you to do that. That is insulting to me. You would really have the guts, the gumption, and the gall to go face. Says me, though, right? Fuck. Don't want to waste that 8 damage. Now, how are you going to deal with 2 8/8s? This is actually pretty hard. He could have just traded into stuff. For fuck's sake, what is this going to be? Now, this doesn't make a custom spell like Kazakus. It's just going to be a spell that he wants to use, period. I can do 16, 20 out of 24. Actually, I can just kill him. Fuck is that? No, it must give you something that is special to the circumstance. What was that, dude? I can't even afford to tab, honestly. What just happened? Okay, we'll kill this. We have the 2 buffs ready and waiting. And we're going to get a little bit of infused stuff here. The one thing a hunter isn't going to have is healing. That was so fucking... That was... Oh my god. There was literally nothing he could do there. Also damage... Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Okay, we have met our match. I hope I don't play... This is what we're going to see now. We're going to see everybody using this. I'm just done. Wow, dude. I could buff them. I mean... Draw a whole bunch. I'm just dead. I don't have enough health. Wow. Just go all in while you still can. Make him feel like I'm going to be pushing lethal if he's stupid enough to go face, which he already was once before. And it almost cost him the game if he didn't get the priest card that clears the board. Like, what the fuck? Wait, why didn't you hit the middle one? Oh, because you don't want yours to die? Deal 6? Oh my fucking god, dude. This one just feels completely like... Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a meta deck, too. Like, meta versus meta. This is like a legend matchup right now. And, of course, my skill level is perfectly adequate for that. This one just feels different. So... How would I even do this? I could do the buff thing. Summon 2 3/2s. Buff them all up. So we're getting the infuse up there, which I might have to do to heal myself more than anything, right? You have to get a bit creative. He's going to be able to easily deal with it, though, again. Like, there's nothing this guy can't do. There's never a turn where it's like, oh, he's actually got to wait a turn or figure something out. He just has an answer for everything, every time. Draw and repeat until you... Okay, that seemed like a bit of a desperate thing. A secret. After your hero attacks... I mean, I might need to really just do this for the lifesteal, to be perfectly honest. There's no way I'm going to let myself get rushed down now. So if he returns it to my hand, that would be okay, actually. I guess that's fine because I'm about to heal for so much, but
A toast.
he's almost dead, in fact. Just based on that. So that's why it's even better than just a win condition to just kill them with. It also is gonna potentially save you like Reno. If you cast 3 spells, what do you get? Choose an ancient relic. Add a colossal to your hand. It costs 1. Just don't have taunt. I might have actually still won though, which is a really good showing for this deck then. Like I was even losing faith at how ridiculous this was, but this is what a meta on meta matchup looks like. The shield has taunt. You can do that and then hit him in the face.
Pay your time.
There's gonna be freezing trap. Summon a 3/3 copy. Gain 8 armor. Man, this guy is resilient. I don't know what to say about this. What's he gonna do to the board now? Like, I just love to... I can't even believe it. What's he gonna do? Like, I'm done. Like, if you can deal with this board, I quit, dude. Like, I'm done, dude. I don't care. Like, how many times? How much shit do you have, dude? This is what you call a true survival hunter. This is insane, dude. Well, I'm not gonna have lethal anyway because he has too much. He has too much health now, armor. Yeah, we get it. He's up to 9, 14. So weird.
Why do you call?
A little fire never hurt nobody.
I'm just gonna do it. Like, I can't believe a hunter is this resilient, survival-wise. It's insane. It's not even so much that, oh, he's gonna win. Like that shaman one, the priest one, that's fine. But just the way he's winning is kind of weird. You don't think of hunters like that, but I guess this is a different kind of hunter deck. Okay, dude, it shouldn't be enough, should it? Actually, it is. He's gonna trade into that, give me an imp left. I don't have any portals left, though.
We've got a high turnover.
After you play a lackey, add a lackey to your hand. So it seems like he might have finally burned out a little bit, but probably not. Because it's just not possible for that to happen to him, I guess. Can't attack heroes. 6/8 has all types. Why don't we just do this and then this as well. So he has to get through the taunt and prevent lethal at the same time, which he can probably easily do once again. This is a legend game. Like, I deserve legend just for this. Like, what the fuck is this matchup? What's happening? How did he manage to avert destruction so many times? That was kind of epic in a way. Summon King Crush, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. 3. Do we not have a buff? Ah, I still don't have anything. This doesn't give you a claw or anything to attack with. Oh, wow. I still don't have enough. Holy shit. Could do Imp Gang Boss. I don't actually know. I mean, obviously you have to get rid of that, for example. Add a lackey. So you could do 3. This, just do everything, I guess. Which he's easily going to be able to deal with, too. Oh, I don't know why I didn't do that. That was kind of a mistake. So he has 4 HP. 3 HP, just to be clear. But somehow, some way, it's just not going to ever be enough. You don't have any direct damage with this deck at the very least. You would think he would be burned out, but I don't think that now. I have no doubt.
Control life. We must
Okay, that doesn't matter.
of death.
He can keep resetting his hero power and using it for free, so I don't know if he maybe misplayed or... Because he could have already done it once.
Round on it.
See, he misplayed. He could have already done it. Right before he played the spell? Deal 2. Dude. Dude. You could do these two together. This almost seems like a dead play that I shouldn't do.
It's all ruined.
I don't know why I'm so hesitant to play this. Like, why not just do it? I don't know what else is going to be good for at this point. So he has 2 HP. He has to kill the 6-3. He could ping a couple things. Depends what he has in his hand, but... Because I could do Galakrond for the little 1/1s. I don't know. He's not going to have any healing, at least. That's one thing I can be sure of. But he's leaving it up to chance with this, right? He still has to attack it. Yeah. You can only take 1 damage at a time.
Most out of cards.
That's a pretty good pickup. Oh shit, drawing 3 though could be a horrible idea. Oh, I don't know.
Endless legions are at my call.
Summon a good demon. Summon a good demon here. 8/8. +1. Okay, good with me. That is a very good demon. In fact, I'll even just do this now. Fuck it. Just like, do you have the means to prevent 1 damage or 2 damage? And the answer is obviously he does. Again, this game's gonna take all day. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. What a game, dude. Sometimes you just gotta enjoy it. Deal 7. So now he's gonna gain some health back. I'm gonna kill myself with... Like, I'm very confused. I actually lose. Wow. So just remember he was saved by that priest card that...
You hunt well. That was wonderfully vile.
You know nothing of death.
I just don't get it. I don't understand that one. But more likely than not, you should have won. It's just... That's just not how the game works, I guess. You just get fucked by RNG so hard. I don't know what that perfect card thing even means. Like, he can just kill me. 16, 20. I mean, if that's what it takes for me to lose a game, then so be it. You're actually decking me out. You can't even say like, oh, I'm using a busted deck. This guy is using clearly a very good deck, obviously. Like, what the fuck was that? What are you doing? Oh, you wanna do the little fatigue thing? Fine. Problem is, now we lose our win streak. I don't even think I really misplayed anything there. That was just actually objectively impossible to win that game. You could not do it.
Gul'dan versus Uther.
I even used that 10 cost guy defensively, like, now you can keep this for the infused precedent here. I don't know that I really want that. We haven't seen too many paladins. In fact, today I think this is the first one. But in general, lately. Oh, I saw a ton in arena, so they might be very strong that way. In fact, that's almost all I saw in that arena the one time. And I beat most of them. So, in fact, we haven't had that many mirror matchups as much as you might say what I'm using is busted.
Sorry.
which I don't deny that it is. But this is a perfect infused situation. You get both early, so everything that dies is going to contribute. And so what's going to happen is we want to get something we can summon still going forward. Give me like Imp Gang Boss or something. Summon 2 more for 1. Makes the hero power seem so cost inefficient that you can just do that. Voidwalker is always good for that, but we'll still clear this up a little bit. You could even buff the Voidwalker, but I guess the buff is good to hold in your pocket. Let's see what he's going to do, and then we can react to it with that. Okay, he summons only 1 thing. Kind of a dangerous game he's playing. You get another infused thing to build up. I'm actually not too high on this card in general, not just because of the last game. I don't know what to do with this. Honestly, I don't mind doing that because for some reason I just want to have more stuff on the board. Even though it's not an imp, obviously. Make him AoE early. We'll get the infuse. We have this waiting in the back pocket. We need 5 things to die. Nothing's really died yet, but just that we have these early is good. So if he clears my board, I can just do it. I could buff, but I don't really have a good buff target or reason to even do it. I don't want to overcommit with stuff like that, though. Imp, imp, imp. I'll just do this. Give everything +2/+2. So this would bring it within the consecration threshold, so maybe now I'm okay with that. Kind of weird doing damage to yourself to just do 2 like that, but that's fine. So consecration would only kill the flame imp. I don't know what other AoEs off the top of my head, like what's the paladin really gonna have? Wouldn't want to do this, wouldn't want to do this, can't do any of these. You could just do the +2/+2. Again, I don't have to overcommit anything. 3, just keep attacking with that. I could summon that too, but again, he might do some crazy combo. Wild Pyromancer, Consecrate, Equality, whatever. Shenanigans. There was another card that kind of did the same effect. I forget what it is. He's got a lot of stuff committed to the hero power, but it's not going to help him now. In fact, he is dead. Quite dead. Oh, I'm retarded. But actually, it still works. I didn't realize actually the taunt, but I totally did, and I knew it would be perfect honorable kill range. Okay, don't give me any of these fucking hunters though. See, 1 is so easy like that, and then 1 is like such a mad fucking fight. Those are the kind of matchups we'll see at the higher level, right? At like once we get to the higher seeds. But this is only silver still, so I don't see how it could be that tough. Oh, here we go, dude. Rexar's gonna be the one, dude. You can just tell. So you can keep these 2. I don't want to keep this. So basically, you can't rush him down. So you got to play on the board against a hunter, you see? And then you'll still lose, but at least give you a better chance. Or maybe he doesn't have the 40 health thing at least. Because that normally comes first. So it might not be... He might be somebody trying to build that deck, but he doesn't have all the cards. So he has to make do with what he has. He only has part of it. Okay, dude. I have no right to say it because I'm doing the same thing, but I'm still going to say it because I would even say I'm being a degenerate right now. Apparently you can't use the word degenerate in a Twitch title, which is kind of silly. I'm calling myself a degenerate as a joke. Like, but it says you can't do that. Deal 2. Deal 1 more for each beast you control. He's already got it. Already got it. We can target minions, then it can deal... Then it can cost 0. Okay. Now, what happens here is he's a little bit card starved, right? Wouldn't he be? Because You're not gonna have a ton of card draw. I don't know. You could kill it with that, sure. It's a bit of an expensive proposition, maybe. We get the infused stuff pretty much on point, though, like I wanted. So you could actually coin into this to get the effect if you wanted. You could also get this to a 4 attack by doing that. Maybe trade into something, because of course you have to trade against hunters. That would of course give it a little bonus, but you might still have to just resign yourself to dealing with it. So it's obviously explosive trap, no question about it. But even the killing blow would do exactly... I guess I could play around that literally by just doing this. So like, since it's explosive trap, we're going to do this. And so now we know it's not going to kill it. Or you could say, oh, he baited me, but it didn't help him at all. Wait. What? When you have 5. Wait, I don't know how that works. Okay, I kind of fucked up there, actually. I thought it would count as, oh, I have 5, so therefore it would give me the 2. Shit. I wasted a coin and I botched that effect. So we get another 1/1 out of it. Gotta make sure we take care of this guy mercilessly, because the last one was so bullshit. Get saved by a priest card. Of course, I should have played around that. How could I forget? Why not just do this since I have the mana to dump, I guess? He's having a bit of trouble clearing the board, so this would be it. This is how simple it can be, and how simple it maybe should be sometimes. Just do it. So clearly this guy was not nearly as sophisticated as the last one. Yeah, I don't think I would have the energy to really do this even with something like kind of handed to you. It's just like, I don't like the repetitive nature of it. Like, I don't want to keep playing as the same deck myself. I don't want to keep playing against opponents who are using the same decks over and over. That's what I hated about it. Even in Wild, it's still like that. So in a way, I'm kind of exploiting the fun-loving people like me, but we saw that there weren't any like that, because I was trying to do that, and you're just getting your ass beat by the same stuff over and over. Like this exact hunter thing. So now I'm getting my revenge. Like, I can play a meta deck too, ha ha ha. Even without knowing that it's actually meta, necessarily. I mean, literally just using a deck recipe that is in the game doesn't feel quite as bad. I'm not going out of my way to do it, at least. After this excess, attack kills a minion. Deal the excess to the face. I guess you can give everything +2/+2. One short again. I wonder what's going to happen. He's going to heal up and he's going to win. Just watch. He hasn't been able to deal with my board the whole time, but now... Oh, okay. See, that's a normal outcome. The last one was an aberration. How he was able to cheat death so many times. Like, what was that guy, a rogue or a hunter? Because he was spamming cheat death the whole match. Okay, so we're up to 4. So I want to push to gold. I'm kind of being a bit impatient with it because I just feel like I don't even really want to be doing this. I just want to do it for the sake of it, which is maybe the wrong way to go about it, but fuck it. Okay, now these can be kind of tough. At least the first one was very tough. I forget exactly how he beat me, but upgrades when you have 5, so you don't want any of this, really. I would say. I mean, even the Imp Gang boss I would keep, but now I'm not sure what I'm going to get instead, so this might be better. Okay, big surprise there. So you can do this first. That's always my preferred thing. Then you can block this in front, or you can just do this. Either one would be good. Play 6, get the heart. Okay, this is nothing special, but let's see. What is it again? Your battle. Oh, it's gonna be the shutter walk though. So you gotta end him quickly, which is hard to do with the 40 health. But you would think it'd be harder to get the combo considering you have 40 cards instead of 30, right? That is the price that you pay, which could be very relevant indeed. That's a good way to do it. I mean, I don't even feel bad, dude. I had to deal with the same exact thing, and you're using fucking shutter walk anyway, so what are you talking about? He's using one busted thing against another. And you might say, oh, that used to be busted, but in Wild, anything goes, so... You know how much bullshit I had to endure with that one? Okay, we haven't seen hardly any warriors either. Warriors and paladins have been hard to come by.
Your soul shall be mine.
You can do these for the infuse, which is nice, but... I don't know that I want 2 of them. We'll keep 1 of them. Okay, you get this for the infuse as well, which is excellent. It might be necessary here. Well, now it might be especially necessary. He's going to be using the Justicard thing just to remind us of the good old days. Oh, shit. Pirate versus pirate. Or, I mean, rush versus rush. It's confusing saying a rush deck in this because you know, rush technically means something else in this game. Like, normally that's what you would call an aggro deck, is a rush deck. Or at least I remember using that for other games. Okay, so that only becomes good when you are able to have 5 mana. I want to do Zin Azari thing too. That's so fun. But you can't have fun in this. You have to just play in casual, but you'll still get your ass beat by somebody. It's all in the deck, right? The player doesn't even matter, is what it feels like. You could do this for sure. This is not really that... That's where I just can't decide. Like, it doesn't feel like it matters that I'm doing damage to him. Like, he's just not going to take anything. When they're at 40, it just feels like it discourages everything. I'd have to do it again. Like, come on, dude. I don't really have to do it, but... Ooh, wait, this is a pirate thing. Why is he... Huh. I don't know. Like, he's playing very slowly, it feels like, even though he's theoretically doing something that is aggressive. So you could buff these suckers up there. I see no reason really not to do that. You could do 3. You could do this to spawn 1 more. You could hit him in the face. Now this board looks imposing, so it's just a question of, is he able to deal with it? Which he probably pretty easily could with Brawl and stuff, so you can't really play around that. If you played Quest this game, summon a 4/2, pair it with Rush. Yeah, that's not too bad. You're not going to out-aggro this. Kills this, he's got a 2/3. Almost gives you an incentive not to flood the board to play around Brawl, but then again, you can't really think like that. Like, even this is not bad. I'll just leave it like that. And then if he clears it all, I'll keep it under like a 3 to 4 threshold. So cards like the Fiendish Circle are actually pretty bad now that I think about it. Against him, because not only because of stuff like Whirlwind, but also just because of you're kind of playing into Brawl in a way that you don't have to do. Gain armor equal to its cost. This is kind of weird what he's using. Like, why is this in a pirate deck? He just has the pirate stuff as like window dressing or what? 4 mana, 3/5. This is what the Senjin Shieldmaster, this is the kind of treatment it gets, dude. Obviously it's a class card, but still. The notion that class cards are just objectively better than the same cost neutral stuff is kind of a foregone conclusion, I guess, now. So you can do this. Do that. take care of this. I mean, I'm just waiting for the brawl. I'm just waiting for it. This isn't going to go anywhere, though. I'm not going to overcommit. Let him do whatever he's going to do.
No force on
We have a 5-2 unstoppable force. Wait, why did he have so much armor? Did he really have that much? Okay, this is a little bit interesting. Smash it into the enemy hero. It's a 4-1. We don't necessarily have to commit with that. This is up to only 10. So we're just gonna give him a free sort of execute turn, I guess.
So many possibilities.
Just do that. He smashes it into my face by doing that. Also, his hero power is going to do 3.
X marks the spot.
So I might have to do this just to heal. Deal 2 damage to a random enemy twice. Okay. Draw a pirate. He started off kind of a little bit slow, but he managed to certainly get back in it. Isn't this a fitting matchup? The newer Pirate Warrior versus Degenerate Warlock right now. Imp Lock. He's just going to hit my face still. You really have the guts to do that? You don't know what kind of healing I have or don't have. Of course, I don't have any, but... Yeah, this could copy something. Just kind of like how I copied this deck from the game itself. We might have to use this to heal with. In fact, I certainly will have to. Could maybe hope that I get something good out of this. I don't really know. Dormant for 2, Rush. Curse the playable card. They have 1 turn to play it. Summon a 4-1 Imp. I guess what I keep forgetting to use is this, because I have, like, no respect for it. I could just be dead, even. That was a mistake, too. I don't know what I'm doing. He can do 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, so I'm just dead. Honorable kill, 4 armor. Oh, it only does 2. I thought it did 3. Summon the Juggernaut. Which does like the same thing, right? 2 damage every turn to everything. Or to 2 things. I think. I just have to get to turn 10, which I don't think I'll be able to. Well, that's good. That actually kind of helps me. This could be okay. Draw 3. Setting up to do this, mainly to heal. This is the best time you're ever going to get really to play it, to be honest with you. You could summon this. Is not a bad one to have. Well, you're going to draw 3 though, so I may as well wait. Draw for imps, draw for that. This is good. Now it doesn't look as hopeless, because again, that lifesteal thing should clear the board and keep me out of lethal range. This just does the same thing that we just saw, right? Deal 2 damage. Oh, it does it every turn, though. Every turn. And you can't even destroy it, which is just very fun and interactive, as they say. This should just kill everything he has. Or it doesn't. It actually doesn't. That's pretty shocking. They got rid of his armor, at least. Equip a weapon, do all that.
What can I ask for?
Equip one of your destroyed... Well, that's not really why he got it, though. He gets it anyway. This is kind of a stupid thing, though. Just that it's unpreventable. I mean, there's a lot of stupid stuff to cancel each other out. So make everybody overpowered so nobody's overpowered, but... That's just weird. Equip a weapon, fire 2... I mean, at least let it have a health value, even if it's like 100. Right? Give it 100 health, so at least you have something you can do about it eventually. Even if it's immune from everything else. Amalgam of the Deep. So he must have used it. What did he use it on? An elemental. I actually wanted to hit my face so I can heal more. Fuck. The one thing is, though, if you get a weapon that you like, it's going to keep overriding it. So you do have a bit of trouble dealing with stuff like that. Let's see. Summon 3, draw a card. You can just do something like this. Summon 3 for 2.
Swarm them, my pretties.
And then put this out. Not really much else I'd want to do, I don't think. At least this will eat up a bit of his damage or whatever. Summon another one from that. You don't want to get in time. I guess now's the kind of time where you would trade it. Because you have extra mana to burn and stuff, so you don't have to worry about it. I'll even do another one of these. Just so I have it in my back pocket.
I must hasten.
It's down to 22, so if I just get one turn of being able to actually attack,
What more can I ask for?
it's just not going to happen though, is it? What are the chances he gets a random one, but it's always the same one? Isn't that weird? It says a random pirate. Why is it always this one? Which isn't even that good, but... Can't really play around Rag because his ship is doing massive damage here. I do like using that Denathrius as a defensive play too. Like, it saved me a few times.
Set sail!
So imagine if I didn't wait, what? Okay.
Trust.
Again, you can't do anything about it. You just can't even deal with that. That's the part that's kind of interesting. At least we're seeing like a higher competition level here for sure. He's threatening 8, 13, 14, 15, 16. Like, it's summon a bunch of stuff and buff it. You could just do like this.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
And we'll just do this for the sake of it. You only get 2 out of it, of course. So clearly he can deal with this board very easily, I bet. I'm sure there's no... Please don't just draw the Rift, though. That would make me feel stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. So now, because of that...
Lucky I am here.
Holy shit, so much stuff going on. What was that even from? If you summon 8 other pirates this game... Well, he doesn't get the battle cry effect, though. So you got 2 of these out, so I basically just lose no matter what. I can't think of any way to deal with that. He's going to deal the 8 with Rag, for sure. So you're going to take 15, 16, 17, 18. Just the cost. So if he has 2 damage, I lose. Which maybe he could have just done anyway. It's not like my stuff has taunt. I think he missed lethal. If he had just done that to my face, right? That should have worked. That was weird because he's playing it like as a rush thing, but...
Well done, Cretan.
I'll finish it with that weapon. That's a cool weapon. Oh shit. It's gone. Or finish it with that ability. You go from the Juggernaut, the Iron Juggernaut, talking to the Juggernaut actually being pretty good. Okay, speaking of Doomsayer, we get him as the little icon for this. Okay, I just got to do a couple more to be able to get on a streak and go to... Or maybe I'll get hard stuck here around Silver 3 instead of Silver 10. I think that's unlikely, though. It'll get harder, though, now for sure. You always need to have flexibility. Like, maybe this will carry you a bit of the way, but then you gotta keep adjusting. You can't just use one deck the whole way. Which I kind of did do with the Armor Warrior thing, but
My sorcery will prevail.
it could just be a bad matchup. Like, it's always rock, paper, scissors. What determines the outcome isn't whether, you know, the player input is the last on the list. Number 1 is like the matchup. Number 2 is like the RNG of what cards you draw and when. And then number 3 is the actual player input. Which also applies, obviously, when I'm winning. Like, it doesn't matter. Cast a Fire Frost Arcane. What does that give you? Draw a spell, that's it. Cast a Fire Frost Arcane, stall for time. It's the same exact condition, though. What the fuck is that? This you could summon just a 3-2. Not worth it to do. You gotta just get on another streak here. But I guess I could try something else. I just don't have that much more dust now because I keep wasting it whenever I feel like making something. That's the biggest negative tendency I have. I'm like a dust fiend. I'll disenchant entire classes worth of a collection just to make one particular deck that I want. And then I'll want to make something else later, and then I'll, you know, do the whole thing over again. You're just decimating your own collection for no reason. Just because you're too impatient to wait. You just feel like doing something, so you just want to do it. So here you want to... Doing this probably wouldn't have been worth it. I don't know what my apprehension about using this is. It seems so shitty that even when I have it, I just don't even play it. So you don't get anything from that. May as well just do this. We could even bait out like an AoE here. A random 4-cost minion, 3. So this will be good because you get a whole bunch of little weenies off of it. Maybe a little bit premature to actually do that, but it's okay. Okay, at least he has to commit, and we get another 1/1 out of it, which leads to a very good buffing scenario. So I wanna show you this thing here. Cute little trick, but I'm sure you still have an AoE to deal with it. In fact, you played right into that by killing the one thing on the board that you should have killed. Like, you can't do anything about it. Yeah, so that's 1 star. So you have to win like 3 in a row to get the streak, which it shows you I definitely don't have the patience for it. I'm like hungry for the streak the whole time. The highest rank is legendary. He says that every fucking time. No, it's actually legend number 1. I wonder how many different people have actually gotten that. I mean, obviously, it must be a lot of different people. I just mean, like... Or I wonder what the most number of times one person has gotten it is over the course. Because, like, once you get it, you can just stop playing. But then if somebody wins enough games, they can maybe overtake you. But even being at it for a certain period of time is impressive. I don't know. You should get, like, another special card back for that. For getting the Legend 1 as opposed to just Legend.
Gul'dan versus Tyrande.
So this can go really good or really bad. And the way that it goes really bad is if you're able to just you can't finish them off quick enough. You have to get them really quick. So you maybe can't hold stuff back as much as you'd like to. But she doesn't have the 40 health thing at least. Okay, this is the one where you win instantly when you play it. I forget exactly how many phases there are to it. You got to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, as if you wouldn't be doing those things anyway. You really have to go out of your way to play a card of different costs, like on curve. Like, what the fuck? You can do this. You can hit him in the face. The only thing I like is that she doesn't have a 40 card thing. Or a 40 health start. So it at least makes me feel a little better about that.
The Queen's trove is for...
Taunt and draw a card. I'm in 2/1/1s. Now I don't like these values. They don't really add up to me very much. I think it's unlikely that they would AoE. So I'm going to take a bit of a gamble here. I don't think they're going to AoE. I think they're going to trade on the board, which is perfectly fine with me. Dredge, he might get one though. I'm playing around what I think he has, but not about what he might get. So that's exactly the trade that I wanted, even. Each player draws 2, which is interesting. We get that infuse capability as well. So this is infuse 1. Draw a card. You can summon a whole bunch of these. No reason really not to do it. So this sets up for a great play here that we just won the last game with. The little +2/+2. It seems so simple, but that's such a powerful effect. So just don't AoE. Okay, that doesn't bother me at all. I'm not even thinking about that. No big deal. You can even hit this first and then do it. So this they're going to have some good big reaction to, which they very well might. Like a light bomb, dragonfire potion, whatever it might be. So you just go ahead and do this. Then you can do this. Then you can hit this, hit the face for 10. So I'm assuming they're going to be able to clear the board, no problem. But at least it'll take their whole turn, and then it'll set up for this. Right, just keep the pressure. That's a very weak response. So it's going to be 3. Okay, kill the 5/1. 5. Oh, shit. I could have given it 1. Oh, it's possible I had something better there, but it would have been. Oh, shit. Oh, I better not lose now, I think. If I had played this. Oh, no, it doesn't have the buff yet. I always forget that that's. Now, it doesn't have rush, does it? Oh, there's that, but we still win.
It is finished.
Okay.
You win.
No, I keep thinking the effects are reversed on that guy. He's able to buff only as an infuse effect. His base effect is to summon 4 things that die. So that doesn't work in the same way as the 5 cost guy. It would be better, obviously, if it was the other way, because you'd rather buff than summon, because you're going to be more likely to wonder what deck he's using.
I'll make my own fortune. Your soul shall be mine.
This we can get rid of, that we can get rid of, no problem. Gonna get on that little streak here for sure. But this can be a hard matchup.
We have turned our curse into our strength.
Well, it wouldn't really make sense to be playing that then, though, if you're doing this. Because the whole point of it is to lower the cost anyway. So maybe it's something different. You could summon one of these. It's almost like you could justify doing that and coining something out, but I guess I'll wait. You're not really going to use the coin for anything else anyway. You could just summon like all 3 of these next turn, because you're not as worried about AoE and stuff against a hunter. I don't even have any imps, so this could be a little bit long-winded to get anywhere. So summoning 2 of these at once would be actually kind of stupid against anybody else, but maybe against a hunter he can't do anything about it anyway. What do we got? We got this. We got the little 1 and 1. Oh, that was kind of stupid to do that after summoning stuff. You know, to play around like snipe or something, but then you play into explosive trap or freezing trap or whatever. After you hero something something. Summon 4 1/1s, which would certainly give this a lot of attack. You can just hit it with everything here.
Carving time.
What could it be? Summon a 3/3 copy. At least we know what this is going to be then.
Are you little?
You're able to. It's not going to be explosive trap because we already know that. Wait, how? We already saw that. What? We already saw what that secret was. And it couldn't have been explosive trap. What? Maybe I had them backwards? I swear he already had that one. I guess he just keeps getting more than I'm expecting. Well, that's kind of completely my fault.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
Shit. Why is Millhouse Manastorm the best card? Because it can cause your opponent to one-shot you and like turn 2. So it's the best for your opponent, I guess. Although I rarely ever had that happen when I used it. Because they're not going to overcommit and just do a bunch of damage to your face at that point. If they can't finish you off, which is pretty unlikely that they'd be able to. Because a lot of the high cost stuff they're going to mulligan out of their hand at the beginning anyway, so it kind of plays into that idea. So you could do this to draw. He basically has every trap in the universe. You could summon this.
These books are ruined.
4/4, snipe. So many secrets, dude. So this is different at least than the other one. You can certainly buff stuff here. Freezing trap, fine. Do it again. When a minion dies, summon 1 copy of it, so at least we make sure it's not a copy of this. We didn't even get the buff out. Dormant for 1 turn. So basically that's the same thing as if you just summoned it anyway, because he can't attack right away. Or I guess maybe that forces it to not be a rush. No, it would still work.
Hungry, aren't you?
Discover a beast from your deck. That was a weird thing that I played into what's it called? I can summon this and buff it. This is gonna take a while. I guess I'll do this
We don't have
combined with this.
The top shelf is.
Now, this will survive. This will survive. And then we have that buff waiting, and I'm just wondering like when I want to use it, but he's just going to kill me with his hero power at this point. We can do Galakrond now, just for the armor. You're paying 7 mana for 5 armor, a random demon, and a hero power that summons 2 1/1 imps, which sounds okay, but by today's standards, it's actually dog shit, especially since you're not getting the invoke. Obviously, we can't play into that with the very few cards that apparently even give it to you. It's like the Cthulhu set, just very one-dimensional. Put a Sunken Saber on the bottom. So this is certainly not included in the deck list, and apparently Denathrius isn't either, which is odd because it seems to fit pretty well. I might actually be very inclined to do it. He's gonna have some kind of explosive trap shenanigans anyway. I'm gonna 3/3 copy. Okay, dude. Just do this, do this. Still don't have enough to be able to do that. It seems like a very slow play, but I don't know, dude. Well, if the demon is summoned is good, that can always help you out. Dormant for 2 turns. When it awakens, reduce the cost of... That's so slow, dude. You don't want that shit. Just give me like a 6/6 Infernal or something. Just the biggest lose condition here is just a health thing. We don't even have Denathrius to heal us now. So you got to go in with this, which we're going to get. And just hope that's enough to... It won't be enough to finish him because he's still at 28. This is kind of weird. I don't really like the other hero card either. Like, both of them are kind of bad. This is obviously terrible because it doesn't synergize with anything. I just wanted to put it in there because it's cute and you get to summon imps. But the other one even, it does AoE damage to your own stuff, so you have to use it very sparingly at a very specific time. We could do this, give +2/+2. It's good if you already have stuff on the board, though.
What are you waiting for?
This just kind of takes up space.
Our greatest strength.
I might have to hit it with this, which in that case, if it's freezing trap, I guess that's not so bad. If only this was literally anything else. Speaking of this guy, I don't even really want him right now, though. I guess I'll do it just to trade into that. 5 damage to a random enemy, not a big deal. Could summon one of these. That buff feels kind of like a waste, but you just want to get rid of that. Okay. Now I'm actually strategically doing that because, you know, you get the buff again. So even if it's a bit more expensive. Do we have the imp thing too? The Rafam. Now this is the same guy from the whatever Secrets of Oldham or whatever, right? Where he's the discover an artifact. Which in lore I don't know who that is. If it even is anybody. Sometimes they just make up characters for this specifically. Now this is technically a demon as well. So that could be just good. Just do it like that. But if I do this, then I guess you won't have enough room to summon him. I guess I'm fine with that. Completely burn himself out. Summon a dormant copy. I guess you may as well just do it. I mean, what kind of traps do you have? Apparently nothing. Okay, now we can summon the 2/1/1s. Yeah, let's see you deal with these little 1/1s. Deal 5 damage. Biggest threat here is just to the face if he's able to... Doesn't it just feel so fitting that you can summon the imps like that? If you're going to commit... See, even these tryhards don't commit to the theme all the way. That's not going to help you at all. You got 5, 10, and the buff. 5, 10, 14, 15, 16. Okay. They don't have their own fucking ice block or some shit. Yeah, that should be the streak one, right? Pretty close. This just feels like it takes so long. Even this is only silver, dude. I don't know if I want to do this as much now. Just one season I want to get it. And like I said, I've never tried before in Wild. If I just preserve the streak, we just get to gold 10. I just feel like it's going to take longer the next few times I do it. Obviously, because it's going to get harder. We've seen a couple intimidating ones today. The Hunter one definitely seems good. Not like the last guy, but more like the other Tavish, whatever the fuck. So you had the hero of Tavish, but he wasn't actually using it. He was just using a very secret heavy one. Not the quest one, though. It does seem like Wild is pretty active, though. All things considered. Like, look how many people say it's a dead game, but it doesn't really feel that dead. He's a priest. We've seen a lot of priests, a lot of hunters, and a lot of... I guess mainly just those two. We haven't even seen as many warlocks as you might think, given... I'm actually okay with this, I guess. You don't really want the one cost thing, but trading it generally hasn't been too good for me. That can be annoying, because if they last long enough, you have no chance. You do have to take care of them pretty quickly. I could do these both next turn and just go all in. Okay, we can do this. It's got to go fast. So we have the ability to tap. Now they don't know what kind of other stuff I have, like to buff or this or that, so they could just panic and try to deal with it quickly. Resurrect one friendly Death Rattle minion. Deal 3, of course. Oh, but it used to be able to deal damage to face, so that's an unwelcome change. I kind of like that in Shadow Priest stuff. Trying to bait them out to AoE, but they're just not doing it. Well, I guess it's too early, like Spirit Lash or something. Lifesteal can be such a cuck mechanic. You think you're going to win, but then you have to get through a lifesteal taunt. There's nothing you can do about it then. You can use the Amalgam. Wow, he had 2 of those. That's pretty bad luck, I must say. I don't have to overcommit anything. It's just a question of... I guess you could have looked for something first. Now he could have something like destroy everything with 2 attack or less. That's the only thing that would be playing into. So maybe I should have held that back, but let's see. Elwyn Boar. What does that have to do with... Are you really going to be able to win like that? Imagine losing to that effect. But then leaving it around could still be dangerous. Okay, you can just do this. Resurrects with 1 health the first time it dies. I guess I may as well do it though, because I don't... It kind of plays around AoE in the sense that... Let's discover something that I can actually do. At the end of your turn, summon 1. This is actually not bad, because it's just good with a little... But then it just takes up a space, I guess. Your deck has no duplicates. Summon all demons from your hand. Whenever you draw a minion... Oh, this is actually not bad. You'll get an imp with rush, I suppose. This you'll be able to buff everything with 2/2. So let's hope that we just get that, and that could put the clamp down. If he doesn't have... Even Holy Nova would only do but so much. One day they're just going to give Holy Nova lifesteal. Make it like a combined Spirit Lash, whatever the fuck. But I guess Spirit Lash does it to your own stuff too. It damages your stuff. 1/1 copy of... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So we get 10 plus 5, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we're very close. But this is a little bit scary too. Oh, so it's not even a legendary, so... Equip a 15/3 Sword of 1,000 Truths. Let's just do this.
The top shelf is...
He's got to go face and hope that he can't deal with everything at once. So it's not even an auto win condition. It probably should be, right, given how hard that seems to be to do. So they're at least using something maybe a bit fun with the whole... I'm surprised it took them that long to incorporate that in there. Like how they put Leroy in there from day one. It should be unlikely that they can do a lot about this, but with only 6 mana. How many times have you gotten that, dude?
It is finished. You win.
Okay, we should get up to about 1 now. Or not quite. To just win 2 more in a row would do the trick. I guess you have to respect how long this would take. Like, even if you're using something bullshit, even if you're the best possible player out there, it still takes a while. Even with an aggro deck, I just don't have the patience for it anymore. Or you'd have to do it like every day. I do it like once a week, so that's my problem. It's only fitting we get a mirror matchup here. So this you want to keep for the infuse. I'm actually generally comfortable with this 1, 2, 3, because then you could guarantee the buff being pretty good off the back of that. So I welcome the mirror matchup if that's what it is, but it could be something else entirely. I mean, I'm certainly not using that. I don't see why it would even fit with this. You're not going to get rushed down yourself. In fact, you definitely wouldn't want 40 cards. That's the trade-off that... Oh shit, this is what I wanted to use with this because it seems to synergize with the imps, but it doesn't work because you're not going to discard stuff. That would be such a fun synergy, but... Summon a permanent portal that summons 3 2/Ms. It doesn't tell you how many, but I think it's 2 every turn. It almost makes me want to do that. We'll do a deck like that with all the imps that we have, except for you have to incorporate discarding stuff somehow, which is a little bit confusing as to how you'd be able to do that. Okay, so now this time we get to do the Imp Gang boss. No reason to really do this. Unless you want to buff it into something. The point is buffing it should cost something too, like 1. He's discovering something, okay. Or no, he's just getting... Nobody uses that card. Nobody's ever used that. It's never been good in the history of the game. I mean, I don't have to coin anything out necessarily, but we have some buffs here. Or no, we could buff with this. You can summon 4 of them, in fact. That we could just kill. Whenever you discard a card, draw a card. Destroy all minions for each one. Destroy... Oh, no, it's just destroy your own. Okay, so since he was willing to do that so early, we may as well just do this. And so that would allow me to kind of punish the overcommit, even though he knew I could have done that. And also, it makes it very tanky so that if he keeps damaging it, you would keep getting imps back. There's got to be some endless loop with Defile. I think I saw one before. Something that kept coming back and... Okay. You could certainly do this, and in fact, I will just do it. Fuck it. It's just too much. Like, how are you going to deal with this board every single turn? You just can't do it. I feel your pain because it's the same thing for me. Like, I was losing to this. I was losing to a lot of shit. So look now. You get your revenge. I'm so good, aren't I? This is how they must feel when they beat me. Aha, I'm so much better than this guy. So fucking stupid. Okay, last one. If you win 5 games in the season, yeah, we won way more than that. 5 ranked games, though. Oh. I mean, I guess I could do the same thing in standard, but I guess then you wouldn't see as much variety and stuff. And who even cares about standard anyway? Like, Wild didn't even exist for such a long time because they didn't know what they were doing with the formats. So, it's just always been something that I think makes sense for any card game. Like, why would you want to restrict the ability to use cards? The whole fun of a card game is like, look how many amazing cards there are. There's so many fun effects and this and that, and you can combine them this way and that way. But then they shun that. They try to hide from it. Like, oh, we don't want to have old cards come into play anymore. Like, why? If power creep is new and improved for everything that comes out, then you wouldn't be threatened by the old cards anyway. But then you'll say, oh, it's some kind of overpowered synergy or this or that. So you don't really want this. You arguably don't even really want this, but I don't really know, actually. Okay, so you get the infuse, but you're not going to have a whole lot of imps for this. Actually, I did lose to the Juggernaut last time. So it's possible we're going to be seeing a lot of the Pyro Warrior stuff. Or it's possible they're not even using that. You shouldn't judge them just by their... Don't judge a deck by its hero. It might be something completely different. So he doesn't have the 40 health thing. So you can do the patches summon play. It doesn't even tell you what rank they are either. I guess I could do that because that's a card that I basically just don't use, period. I'm not sure that I think it's good at all, but apparently if there was one thing I would remove, it would be that for sure. There's so many other things you could put in there. 2, 3. I guess you could just do this.
These books are ruined.
Now the biggest thing with this is just to we could use this to get a demon. You get like 2 random demon effects here, the Amalgam, and you also get the Galakrond, which is kind of underwhelming, but I guess it can potentially be good at least. It doesn't kill the imp, so if we just had one more we could summon, which unfortunately I don't, then I could have enough to... Oh. Guess we'll do this too, though. A little bit of an overcommit, honestly. Destroy Soul Fragment, discard your highest cost. This is fine. Go ahead, kill the Armor Smith. Then I don't mind doing this. Even if it costs a bit of attack, it's fine. So you got a 2/3, 3/2, 2/4. Another Flame Imp. And we set up for a little thing here. So that's kind of playing into Brawl a little bit too much. But I'm just going to force his hand. I mean, Yeah, kill something else too. That way I feel just... I guess I don't have to still do it. Brawl this, then I'll summon 3 more. Then brawl that, then I'll do the reform thing. I just don't want to wait too long. Like, you got to get him quick. So you got to brawl. You got to do it. Or you could just summon some kind of big taunt. Taunt, 3/2 sword. At least you still take damage from whacking stuff like that, but... I don't really know what he's using, actually. Draw a rush, give it +2/+1. What was it originally, then? Oh, it didn't have any buff at all, I suppose. I mean, you could just do that, but I don't want to play into it too hard. I guess I'll do this.
A little fire never hurt nobody.
Okay, so we're again welcoming the brawl play, and then we could try to finish him off with the reform afterwards. Which he might have a second brawl too, or warpath or something. Wouldn't even really work though. I mean, that's the only thing that could really do it. Oh my god. I guess that's not even that bad, but I don't have any AoE capacity at least. Deal 2, gain 2. Not a big deal. Okay, we can just trade right across. He's gonna hit that. Honestly, I don't even mind doing this just because I have nothing else really. This is kind of just like a dead turn. You get a 6/6 out of it. With rush as well, so we can complete that. So you see, at least if you get something like that value, it doesn't feel so bad. A 6/6 with rush, which is also... What else? Cost 1 if you're... Well, that doesn't really come into play. This is all we need, dude. We have 3, 6, 9, 15, plus 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So just summon something... Well, if he summons something, it'll be a taunt, though.
Wretched story.
A rush. I guess that also works. Okay, so this is going to be 9. At most, it'll be 15, which is not good enough. No reason to do that. This is kind of a weak moment, then. Okay, we gotta just... See, even if you leave the board as it is, the +2/+2 would be a finisher. And if he doesn't, I could just summon another one. The problem is this plays into Whirlwind and stuff too much. He doesn't have to worry about... He doesn't have to worry about the brawl. He could just win Whirlwind something, Warpath.
I won't go down without a fight.
Deal 1 damage to everything. Okay. The +2/+2 effect still doesn't matter. I guess this thing I could do now. Even though I don't want to. Deal 1 damage to everything. Yeah, I could do this and then I could use the hero power. Yeah, thanks. So... He's just kind of hanging on by a thread here. Summon 2 3/2s. I kind of want that more still. Forget about the hero power that time. I always think of it as a guy, but you know it's a it's a female. So we even get the Denathrius, but it's a little bit late for it to be much of a finisher. Deal 2, you're gonna gain 2 armor for each destroyed. Okay, dude. I don't even know what some of these cards are. Like, I haven't seen that card. Okay, I'm going to do this, and then if he wipes the board, I'll just play into... Let's see if we get any of those to spawn automatically. We don't. I'm going to just do it. It's actually not even... Oh, no, you only get 4. I'm thinking like the Gul'dan thing where you get all of them. So now he's going to brawl. And then that'll allow this to do how much? Only 13, so it's still not going to be enough.
How dire time.
If that's the best you got, though, you're done for. Plus 1 less, that's not going to do anything. 5/5. Still going to do damage to you. So what can I do beyond this? I could hit him for 10. But it's uncertain what that'll hit. So 5, 7, plus 18. So 30. Wait, what the fuck? That's 30. So we have 11, 16. It's kind of like a luck of the draw thing.
Getting any younger.
Where I don't have to do it.
The top shelf is.
It could kill him, but there's no guarantee. I honestly don't even care about this. I'm just gonna do for the Denathrius play. You don't even have to worry about it. So this is pretty busted, but again, we're going against some stuff that is too. Especially when we want to play something that's just themed. Frenzy, gain 8 armor, equip a 2/5 turtle spike. This is the one who gives you the shield in the Wailing Caverns, right?
Well done, cretin.
I like her voice a lot too. I love the hero cards are something that'll go with the legacy of Hearthstone. It's such a fun thing. Like, sure, they have planeswalkers and stuff in Magic, but it's just not quite the same thing. You've never seen something that changes it in such a interesting way, although it's arguably bad because of how busted they are and how often the outcome comes down to just like one thing. You could wipe the board. I still am gonna wipe the floor with you. With this busted ass card that I hate.
Put the old. I must choose.
I care not for pleasantries.
Pretty badass lines too. We get to gold, and it took maybe a bit longer than I would have thought, but like I said, I am being kind of impatient. So I wonder if I'll be able to get from gold to whatever next time just as easily. Speaking of Millhouse, he's even the gold 10 thing. It just feels like there's a lot more ranks to go through, even if maybe it's not. Like, because it was like 20 to 1. So, but each one took like 3 stars, so I guess that's fair enough. But now it's like 3 for each. So you have to go through 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Like, what the fuck? That's the... Oh, it's going to get really annoying, actually. Because people are going to be tryharding here so much. But then again, I guess I'm using a tryhard kind of deck anyway, so... I don't know. It just takes fucking forever. So gold. The good thing is if you do this every season, which of course I would never do, is that like if you end off in legend, you're obviously going to start off like in gold or something, right? Because like if you, even if you get to silver, you start off at like bronze 5 or something, I think. Like it gives you a little bonus at the start based on how well you did there. What are even the rewards for like legend or whatever? 7 rare cards, 5 packs, 1 epic card. None of which you would care about or need because you're already a legend, so why would it even matter? So you really make you go through this many fucking ranks. Your chest. Okay, that's good. At least I did what I said I was gonna do. Okay, so this is the second time we've seen this get nerfed. I don't know why it's showing me this again. It always just likes to bombard you with shit at the beginning. Like, so much stuff. So this is our 3rd episode, basically, this month of doing this. I guess I played it a few days back, but that was just for Arena, just because I felt like that was an exceptional Arena draft, but it actually wasn't. It went like 4-3 with like the guy who summons King Crush, no duplicates in the deck, and the what's it called? Whatever, that Denathrius guy. So basically the point is, you know, I had this inkling all of a sudden. Normally I just play like random fun wild decks like the Iron Juggernaut flip. But then I'm like, oh, I should be able to at least get to gold or something with it. But I got hard stuck at silver. So this month I said, okay, fine. I'll actually try to get to legend. I can't guarantee that this one will go all the way. But this is just the imp thing. But I do have like a few little weird alterations like Galakrond. And Denathrius technically isn't supposed to be in there, but it seems to fit pretty well. So we'll see how far I can get with this. The problem is I don't really have very much dust or anything. So if this can't get there, I'm not sure what I'm really going to do. But I think it's worth getting Wild and Legend at least once. And I feel like the Legend card back for Wild should look different. It should look more viney or have some own identity to it. Just to show that, like, I actually play a fun format. Even though you end up having to use this dumb shit to get anywhere with it too. In fact, yeah, I don't want to play Standard is kind of the point. I've gotten Legend and Standard before, obviously on an old account. I want to see it. That's just kind of the sad irony, though. It's like somebody who loves Wild as much as I do is like, oh, I should get Wild Legend at least once, right, in my Hearthstone experience. But the reason why that doesn't work is because, sure, I should get it, but I'm going to get it with something that isn't fun anyway. This will be like some, you know what I mean? This is the kind of deck that you would use in Standard anyway, like a power creep net deck, modern. That's all it is. Like it feels completely stupid. Like anybody could do this. Just like nobody could do any better than I was doing with the Iron Juggernaut flip or whatever. Like, it just has its limits. You could not get past silver with that. It just wasn't good. And not even saying I expect it to be good, but it was just so shit. There should be a little more variance based on whatever, but it feels like, again, I said before, like at the beginning, okay, maybe it was 75% about the deck you used and 25% about the player. Now it's like 90% about the deck you used and 10% about the player. So it was always like that to an extent, but I don't mind doing this. I never really trade that. It tends to be, it's too slow of a play. I mean, the whole thing with this is it's fast. You're going to overwhelm them and beat them by turn 5, turn 6. So, or at least ideally, you would. Now, having this to start is amazing. I'd rather do this than... The one card I don't like in this that I might actually change is that stupid 1 cost. It gives you 1 HP to everything in the hand. That seems like crap. Even when I play it, I barely have any minions in my hand, or... I don't know. So we're at gold now for the first time in a long time, because I never really even tried to rank up. So this seems like a solid thing. Now you want to play around AoEs a little bit. I don't mind going in face on this because the 2 damage isn't going to matter much for now, but generally you shouldn't overdo it. There have been a few times where I've kind of boned myself there. So this is a fine hand. Having 2 of these is maybe a little bit too much sometimes, but of course they can't do anything about them. Right, like there's no cards that can destroy locations as far as I'm aware. Even like if you do Twisting Nether and stuff, it's not a minion, so... I could do this a little bit of AoE protection, I suppose. And then I'm going to buff somebody just to get this going. So now I'm basically forcing their hand to AoE, but even if they do, it's no big deal, because I'll get an imp back, I have more imps to summon. We're going to be able to summon at least 2 of them here. So we'll have 2 plus the 1 from this, assuming, again, you have an AoE that can wipe the board with a 7/6, which is maybe a little bit tough on turn 5. So you're going to instead commit to that. Shuffle and Ignite into your deck that deals 1 more damage. The funny thing is I don't even know what a lot of these decks I'm going up against are. That could be because it's Wild, or it could be because I don't know the current meta anyway. I don't even know if this deck I'm using is that good. It's just the first one I saw in the deck recipes. I thought, hey, I may as well try it. And I guess I've seen other people use it, but actually the funny thing is since I started using it, I haven't seen anybody use it. I don't think we've had a mirror matchup with the imps. We've had other good Warlock decks, but that could be some kind of, whatever their equivalent to Explosive Trap is called. And so you could do the little buff here and just... I'm kind of overcommitting, but I mean, I want them to commit whatever AoE they have. And once they do, I still have responses, like, go ahead and coin out Flame Strike, which you don't even have a coin. I have the coin. But even if you did that, I guess you could always Blizzard into Flame Strike is a tough way to avoid. So basically you're just dead. I mean, I can do this again. You have to just wipe the whole board. This is why it's so stupid, because it's so good early. I think I lost to Hunters a couple times with that Hero Power buff deck. But yeah, it's just too much. And there's too much AoE protection. Like, not that you really have Death Rattles. Like, this is arguably AoE protection. But what I mean is, like, you do this and then you play the Rafam to bring everything back. Or you just play something like this, you get 2 more. It's just futile trying to clear the board. It just doesn't work.
Well
Do I have another Warlock hero? Because I kind of do want some variety with these, but obviously you have to... I guess when you get 500, it just becomes gold, which obviously would happen over the course of this. It seems a little bit too easy now, where I think I'm going to hit a wall at some point. I so wish that I would have gotten Azoth. That's the one I wanted most. You rarely see anybody who has it anyway.
my power is on my
This is something to do with the reward track,
Always ready to take the plunge.
purchasing from the shop. It feels like you can't even do that anymore. Like, you could have purchased it at one point, but I don't think it works anymore. It doesn't even tell you how you get this either. Some of these. Nemsy was like Fireside Gatherings. Yeah, see, it doesn't even tell you how to get that, which would make you presume that you can't get that anymore. I guess if I got to the 100 on the reward track, which would take a super fucking long time, by the way. But that's, I guess, over the course of a whole. You would think I would be pretty far into this. That's it? I've gotten from fucking bronze to gold, and I've only gotten to level 28? What is that about? This is such an anti-fun card, as I call it, because it just counters stuff like Explora and Goro and fun stuff. You know, that... I don't know. Now, I don't know if it works with, like, let's say Jade Idol. Technically, Jade Idol did start in their deck, but not that many copies of it, and not those particular ones. So I'm not sure if it just goes by the name of the card, or by the quantity, or by how it was put in there. Technically, it did and didn't start in their deck at the same time. So if you get to level 100, which is, again, you don't have to do it this month, you have to do it this season, at least. You could get one of these. So that would at least be fun. Like, I could get Felheart or... I guess it's one per class. Most of these I don't even like, though. None of these are really that interesting. I like the Gul'dan, I like the Garrosh. Jaina's okay. But that's how hard you have to work to get one of those portraits. Like, if I look in the shop, right, hypothetically, not that I would ever buy one, but I don't even see where you can get just a hero straight up. Because it used to be where, like, you could, you know, you could buy, like, whatever, the 3... You could buy Magni, you could buy Medivh, I think. Something like that. Oh, like maybe here. This is free. Wait, I already have this, though. Why is it... There's so many things that are weird and bugged out about this. So that one's free. But yeah, they don't even have like a section for heroes. Everything's just like a bundle or this or that. Wicked Prince Kael'thas. And none of these even look that good. If there was a good Warlock one, I might even consider it, but I don't even see, like, how... They do it in such weird ways, like... Okay, I'm very against microtransactions, I'm very much a free-to-play player, but if they had N'Zoth for $4.99, I would consider buying. But they don't let you do that, they instead put these stupid, shitty ones that nobody cares about. The ones that would be actually worth getting. So imagine if you had an account that had every single hero portrait ever, or all like the rare collectible, you know, card backs or stuff that you can't get anymore. Imagine how much that account would sell for. So we get to Nathrius. This card has rarely been good for me, this hero card, so I don't even want it. This you kind of put out almost just as like a taunt, because you're not going to expect to... It's questionable to even keep that, but it kind of just scares them early on. And so if he lets me last to turn 3, then we get a 5-3 out of it. But you expect it to just be taken early anyway. So you can get a little bit of run dry on cards early, right? So you might have to tap a few turns, which is not what you want to do. At least you want to tap on curve. Like on turn 3, you tap and play a 1 cost. You know, at least get something out of it. This is the one. Oh, and we're not even going to get the battle cry. I don't like that. That's kind of a bad subpar play. Yeah, see, maybe that wasn't the best opening hand choice, but it's not like I chose to keep this, but I don't know.
The light dims.
This is just there for the RP of the little imp, so even then I have to put my own little personal touch on it, but... So he's buffing his hand like crazy, +1/+1. Oh no, that's not even that good. So this will make it a 5 attack thing, but it's almost like it's not even worth doing right now. Kill this. Don't let his stuff stick around too long. The imp here is... I like how Imp Gang Boss got this kind of second life, because at one point it was good really early on, and then it's never been good since then, pretty much, I don't think. So it's like a 10-year hiatus from being good, but it's actually decent. And of course this, I don't have any of the invoke stuff. I literally just put it in there because I thought the hero power is so cool, how you summon the 2 imps, but it's not really worth it, and it's very suboptimal. But that'll be the hard mode of this legend run. I'll get to legend with a card that is so garbage now, and that I don't have any synergy with in there. So I could do the other imps here. Let me see. Could kill this. I don't want to leave this just sitting there. I'm not the biggest fan of playing that heavily on the board, but I don't really know what I'm going for. Let me see if I get something maybe. Here, sure. Why don't we just play this? Force him to AoE, and if he does, I can do this. If he doesn't, then it's a pretty good board. Of course, any sort of infuse is gonna just benefit me. So the win condition here very much could be the Nathras. I'm surprised that's not part of the initial deck list. We may as well hit with this, hit with this. So this is actually ready to go. So I'm gonna bait him out to AoE with this once again, and then if he does it, we'll have this in our back pocket, which summons a couple other things as well. That's a kind of tap on curve that we're talking about, like where we get to still do stuff. You know, go ahead, do your consecration, do whatever other shit. I keep forgetting what some of the names of the cards are. Like, you know, I've seen them so many times, but anything like beyond 2018, I'm just not as inherently familiar with. And yet I'm still gonna fucking go through and do this. Draw a spell that costs 3 or less. It costs 0 this turn. So you're basically just looking to go face here. There's no reason to overcommit, though. I guess I could do this, which is good for something like this. That's actually one use of this garbage card that I keep talking shit about that is actually good. Now, you don't want the game to drag out too long. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no reason not to do that, I suppose. And then the Vial Library is quite good. Sometimes I forget that's even in there for some reason. Like, it's such a... At first, that was a card that I ranted about most, being so bullshit and overpowered. But so many of these games, you don't even get it, even though I have 2 of them in there. So we're pretty much pushing almost a lethal proposition here. If we just do the double library, I don't see how that doesn't add up, right? That'd be like, you clear this out, you summon another imp, clear this out, so you'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. So you get 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You'll get 15 guaranteed. 15, 16. Seeing if there's some lethal little puzzle here. Like, get rid of this guy. Just kill him off. Then you put on one imp at least. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I don't have enough room. Is kind of the problem. I could do this to summon 2. So then you'll get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Oh yeah, that should be lethal. That should definitely be lethal. Go ahead and drop. No, fuck. But I don't have enough room. That's where I'm stupid. I don't have enough room for them. I'm still just gonna go balls to the wall and go face, but it works, but it doesn't work at the same time. Because you cannot fit all this shit on the board. That is the one price of the locations, but that's not much of a price to pay, especially since they can't be destroyed. Like, at least the planeswalkers and stuff in Magic, you can attack them. You should be able to hit these the same way. You just have to commit an attack, and so the durability acts as the life, like, and obviously they don't do damage back. Yeah, that doesn't really help you fucking stay alive, though. So even though that was a suboptimal decision, it still works out. The one thing this deck doesn't have at all is it has 0 direct damage to the face. You could never deal damage out of the hand. So you always have to control the board or you're going to get absolutely destroyed. It's still not going to be enough, dude. That's so sad to be fucking killed by 2 little 1/1s. The only thing I don't like about the Galakrond thing, aside from it being a shit card, is the picture of the imps. The portrait of them is not the most interesting. So does it get like where there are more stars for each rank? It just feels so much more laborious here. It used to be like 25 to 1. Now maybe it arguably takes just as long, but 25 to 1 doesn't feel like this goes, you know, 10 to 1, 10 to 1, 10 to 1, 10. It just feels it's 50 instead of 25. Now the number of stars, I'm not so sure how they work as we go forward, but even if you're winning every game, even if you're playing as an aggro quick deck, it just still feels like it takes longer to get there than it used to. I don't know why that is. Like, they've kind of just stretched it out in an annoying way. At some point, there are going to be some really try-hard people. We haven't gotten to that point, I don't think, yet. Even though we kind of have, considering, you know, some of the dumb shit we couldn't win with before. This is a really cool portrait. What card even is that? That's in there? I don't even know. So, you could keep this, I guess, but you don't really want it. This could be game-changing, but you don't want to keep... You basically don't want to keep any of this. I mean, the Voidwalker maybe, but... So often, the Voidwalker isn't even good. Okay, maybe I should have kept it, but...
I see you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a sign of a tryhard. But the 40 card thing can sometimes be bad. Rogues can be a little bit tricky. I guess I don't know what they're always going for at this point. So if 3 things die, we get 3 of these. And this is obviously very important. That's a very slow play to just summon the weapon like that. I'm not so sure how I'd feel about that if I was them. Of course, they have 40 health, but it ends up not mattering that much, right? Like, it just drags it out a little bit longer. That's pretty weak, too. I don't mind flooding the board. I mean, what kind of AoEs are we really looking at as a rogue? Like, what's he gonna do? Fan of Knives, which is a very slow play as well. I'm not so sure. Basically, a deck that just has a ton of taunts could maybe deal with this, especially like a priest. Early on, if they can just lifesteal and survive and drag it out, I could see that being very doable. So now we can already do this. In fact, I'm tempted to. I don't feel threatened by AoEs against a rogue, because unless there's something I'm not thinking of, there just isn't much you can do. Right, to clear the board. What's she gonna do? Vanish? Coin into vanish? I keep hypothesizing, even if they had the coin, what they might do. Right, like, it's like, pretend you're playing as black in chess, just to humor the position. Like, what would you do differently if I didn't have the coin now? So I could do a Reform just for the buff. That would, if this board stays 5, 10, 15, 19, 23, like that's almost pushing lethal. But I don't have to do that. It's better, obviously, for the Resurrect, which we're easily going to get. The way that Infuse works with these imps is just way too good. Like, even the fucking Denathrius play is going to be lit. That's been so good as a recovery card, too. Like, I'm the one getting rushed down, I'm about to die, and then it saves me. So the lifesteal can be the play, more so than just as a finisher. Or if you burn out and your board is kind of drying up, like, oh, I don't have enough imps, I can't control the board anymore because it's getting to the late game, the mid to late game, where they start to take control of the board with their higher cost, beefy stuff. Then you can use this to finish them off as the only resort. So it's so good and so dynamic. I don't know why you wouldn't have this in here, other than it's just a bullshit power creep card, but isn't the whole deck pretty much, except for my meme little use of Galakrond. So they could be baiting me to do this, but I guess I still won't do it. There's no reason to. Like, force them to clear the board. I've already kind of overcommitted to this position. What you could do here is just give up the coin and then draw. Although, maybe I didn't even have to. No, but you don't really need the coin right now. You put down the portal, but I wouldn't have wanted to use it anyway. So you have 10. And I guess I'll leave it. We can save it for the kill. I think we just have too many options that make it This is what kind of triggered me about this card when people would play it against me. It's like, I clear their board, I clear it again, and then they summon this. It's like, they have too many options. This is, I don't think I've seen anybody ever win with this, but it is a fun card. If you had 7 of them die this game, you could have 2 normally, so you have to really copy it a whole bunch of times, which is not easy to do. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, we win. Just making sure. I've missed lethal a few times, mainly on account of not having enough spaces on the board, which I don't realize. So when do you win, like, when do you get like 4 stars in a row from a win streak? Isn't there a time when you go on like a super win streak, or maybe that doesn't happen anymore? Because like you win 3 in a row, you get 2 stars, but then if you win like 5 or 6 in a row, you get like 4 stars. I think it's happened before. Maybe I'm not on that long of a streak yet, but that would definitely save some time. I want to get at least a platinum today, the rank that I always forget even exists. I always think of gold and diamond and legend. I never think of platinum. It just sounds like one of those weird outcast ranks that nobody cares about. So this is an okay hand, but again, I question the Dredger thing. I really do question the existence of that card in this deck. It does not seem good. Like, if I had done it there, what's the point? I get a 3-4 or a 3-3 instead of a... It just seems so wasteful. I guess if you had a lot of minions in your hand, it synergizes a little bit well with that infuse that copies, that summons copies of itself. Some people would just whack the thing there too. So putting down the portal is always good, but you don't want to do it at the expense of summoning something. You can't even blame me for doing this. Like, the amount of shit that people talk, it's like, dude, I play it with like fun decks, and I don't even care about rank anymore. But this just shows you anybody could do it. Just use a fucking predetermined deck. It's so stupid. But we'll see how exactly far I can get with that. I could do this, wait out some kind of AoE. And also it plays into the card draw, which I kind of do need right now. So hopefully this board remains intact a little bit. It plays into the portal, it plays into the... I basically call the lands portals, whatever. Right, they're called locations. Kind of a stupid term for them. It should be called a portal. It's like a portal to a Vile library. It's a portal to whatever location in question. Sounds better. So we can buff this guy with this guy. What an amazing thing. So this is a great opportunity to get the card draw. You can also put down the portal if nothing else suitable happens, but maybe not. This is not one that I would really have thought of as putting in here. But I guess any discover effect is okay. It's not going to discover an imp necessarily. It's going to discover a demon, which very likely could be an imp. I'm okay with putting down the portal and just, you know... I like to put it down and not use it, so now the threat is there. Summon 2/2/2 demons with taunt. That's perfectly fine. I feel like I'm going still too slow, but I say that with he's at 16 and it's only turn 4. You have to go really fast though. You can't get to turn 7, 8, 9, 10 without really threatening lethal. And this Galakrond play is obviously very slow, so you don't want to push that too hard either. Okay, so we have the buff capability. I'm not the biggest fan of just the sheer numbers game here. I could do like maybe 2 of these and something. Now it's at least arguably okay. So you can hit this, you can hit this. Oh shit. Seems like a subpar use of it, but that effect is kind of bullshit on his side. Shuffle 3 portals when drawn, summon a 2/2 demon. I mean, just anything that is actually playable instead of, you know, those higher cost things just aren't going to come into play, or they shouldn't. So this guy's effect is fucking nuts. After a friendly minion, okay. He's doing a good job taking care of the board for now. So this is too slow of a play. We want this, or what else? I could do both of these, or I could do this. 3 3/3s. I really have to get rid of this guy. Holy shit, I didn't realize how much of a problem he'd be. Deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Wow, dude. Wow. I guess I'll do this in the Void Walker just because I can. I'll hit this here, so let's see how he deals with this very imposing board that could present lethal, especially if I'm able to use the portal here. It's down to 14, which is very encouraging. How do you get this portrait of Illidan? Is this the one, the 1,000 win one, maybe? All these tryhards losing to a meta deck, but they're presumably using something too, like that. Like, you can't get to gold without using... Like, you would think gold you should get to using whatever, and then, you know, diamond, platinum, whatever, then it starts to get meta. But it feels like it starts to get meta at fucking silver because people are just tryhard scumbag pieces of shit like I am now, right, for this month only. Summon 2 5/4s with rush. It's kind of hard to deal with. And again, we don't have any AoE or stuff that can deal with... Well, I guess the hero card counts as an AoE, the 3 cost thing. I'm down to 11 myself too. This could be one of those that looks like, okay, this is the time where you actually lose. The way this one's going right now. 2 attack this turn after friendly minion attacks refresh this. I'm just not too happy with the way this is going. So let me think about the most optimal thing to do. I'm probably just going to die. Like, I would do this just for armor at this point. Summon 2. So putting this buff isn't going to matter. So let's just trade everything out. Oh, wow, dude. I should have done that one first. Okay, okay, misplaying. I've seen it happen so many times, but I'm still so shell-shocked by it. So he's still going to have to worry about AoEing and trying to clear the board, but it's possible he could just kill me. I mean, they have a certain amount of give your hero plus 8 attack, plus 4 attack, whatever. So I misplayed a little bit, but also this is hard to deal with. Rush, oh my god. But it's not going to die at least. I still don't have enough. Is he going to kill me, or is he going to take a chance with... I mean, he has 19 health, so it's going to be very hard.
Well played.
Yeah. Imagine if they don't realize they have lethal, and then the act of you saying well played makes them realize they do. That's why sometimes you shouldn't. Okay, that's fine. I don't know. What exactly... Definitely that 3/2 is devastating. See, that was the MVP card. It wasn't any of the other shit. It was a mere 3/2 Naga. It deals 3 every time a minion dies. You have to keep that in our mind as something that is very, very dangerous. I did lose to a shaman before, but I forget what they were using.
Fear the coming storm.
Okay, you definitely don't want 2 of these. I arguably don't even want 1 of them because it's going to be good later. So give me a little bit of low-cost stuff. The portals are a little bit bricked here. You don't necessarily want to play 2 of them that early. Not the greatest opening hand in either case, with the mulligan or without it. Play 6 battle cries, get the heart, which I forget even what the heart does now, but it's whatever. So this will be good. This is always good to have in your opening hand. A little bit too slow pace. You don't really want to play that on turn 2. And you don't want to use it for a while because you're not going to flood the board too much. So you got to just get the pace going fast. So no reason to buff that yet. Of course, this plays into Infuse so well because every time you hit it, it summons something else, and then that something else is going to die too. So I like those slow plays where they just don't do anything. Right? This is not the way that you play against what I'm using. Right? If I'm giving him advice, whatever's in his hand, just play it. It doesn't matter if you don't get the value out of it. Just do it because you're going to get fucked otherwise. We could do the other portal. Kind of digging for cards. This isn't going to matter right now. There's really no reason to do the portal, though, I feel. Because, you know, you're just not going to use it yet. I can summon 2 imps. In a way, that's kind of good for him because that effect isn't going to come into play. But then again, who knows where that card was? It could have been buried somewhere. If I even did this, 1, 2, 3, 4, I could do, no, I could do this. And so what's going to happen is I could buff something up to an extreme degree. I could do it like 1, 2, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. I could make this like a 6 attack. Make it like a 6 attack. No reason to buff this guy. Keep the 6/6. You get another 1/1 back. You can put another portal down. Don't have to use it yet though. So it's kind of like you take turns where you can use it almost every turn. I could use it next turn, and then the turn after that, the other one will be cooled down. Okay. I'm surprised this card still has such a presence, but maybe it is because of decks like what I'm using specifically. Because you're always going to have 4 things on the board. This is going to sit there. This we could use, but I think I'd rather save it. So let's just summon like this. Or no, let's do this because it plays around AoE a little better. So what do I want to do? I want to do... You want to keep everything alive, really. So... No, maybe I'll trade one of these. Then I'll hit this. Then I'll hit him in the face there. Then I'll summon this also, because again, it's gonna play around. Oh, fuck, I missed a tap. It's little things like that that are gonna start to matter now. Whereas I could get away with them before, just because this deck is so busted. But now we're gonna go against equally busted decks or other things. Repeat if a neighbor dies. So I guess that positioning wasn't too bad for me. You could do this simple trade. You could summon 2 more. You could summon even 3 more. I'm not sure. If I do this, then what's going to happen? How much buffs could I get? I get 6, 9, 10, 11. 11 plus 8. 19. That's the kind of ballsy thing that you could arguably justify doing, but it just seems too greedy, like... How much would you actually get? You get 4. Why don't I just wait though? Because like these minions aren't going anywhere perceptibly. Like just, I'll commit even a little bit further. So I'm setting up something dangerous. He has to AoE, and the act of him AoEing allows me to do this, so that's fine. Also, Denathrius is getting pretty juicy, so that could be an easy finisher opportunity. Transform this into a copy of this. Not really a big deal at all. Slows down the pace a little bit, but not too bad. So once again, we could do a buff of 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Why does it feel like I'm always just like 1 damage short? Why does that happen so often? 3, 5, 8. 8 plus 10. Like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh, I could, oh shit, I could have played one in the middle. That's the little next level thing we gotta, fuck. You could have done one. Wait, why did it die? Why did something die? Wait, I don't even know what happened there. What? No, no, dude. No, not like that. What? I mean, it bullshit meets bullshit. All I would need is the 1 turn for Denathrius. If he doesn't have lethal, I guess I'll have 2 HP. Like, what the fuck? There's nothing you can do about stuff like this, is kind of the point. Oh, maybe that'll stem the tide a little bit. Do this, do this, do this. make him worry about all this stuff. If I can just survive, Denathrius is guaranteed. You'd have to get rid of the taunt and do damage to the face, or buff his thing. You could give it Wind Fury. Even that wouldn't still be enough. Okay, at least that soaked up the attack. Is he really going to lose to this after everything that he just did? So this card is crazy, obviously. And anybody can use it. That healing is not going to matter for shit. Actually, it might. Not really. So, with Denathrius in consideration, this is going to possibly soak up all of it, though. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Even without Denathrius, we don't need it. I don't know why I questioned the math so much, but I've been wrong a few times. So we avert destruction again, but I'm making a lot of misplays, actually. You got to think a little bit harder about these moves. Like, I had lethal, but why did one of those imps die? I don't get it. I hit him with an imp in the face, and then it died. Why did that happen? Oh, no. Oh, that's actually pretty fucking crazy. These are like legend level plays. You use the portal dies, thereby opening the ability to put another imp down, thereby allowing you to use the other portal for +1 damage, thereby getting lethal when he had only 1 left. That seems to happen a lot, where like they're within 1 to 2 damage of lethal. So like some little nuanced play like that is actually going to matter. You could argue keeping that just because of the infuse, but not really worth going out of your way to do. So priests can be tough. Priests have been one class that have been... You can see the blueprint for them winning. You have to get them really fucking fast. You have to overcommit, because if you don't, they're just going to destroy you in the late game. And if they play cards early, you're going to be in trouble. Like, you want them to just wait a few turns, think that they can deal with it, and then they just can't deal with it. Okay, you don't need a 3-2. Hit him hard, hit him fast. What can a priest do on turn 2 to deal with this? It doesn't feel like too much. You can summon a taunt. Taunt, lifesteal, bullshit. At least she feels threatened by this, but... Oh, that's fine. I mean, you're relying on Discover effects to save you at this point. You can do the portal, you can do this. I don't know. In a weird way, I'm just committing. Like, I'm just committing to the board. That's probably not the right play, but... let's see. I mean, you're not going to be able to Holy Nova. What are you going to do? You're going to single target stuff. Lifesteal is annoying, though, obviously. And it even counts for the overkill aspect of it. Draw a card for each imp you control. I mean, I guess a tap would be fine. Like, there's no reason to worry about it. Now, this is a little bit too slow. Maybe I should have put that chick down. You just got to play fast. We can give +2/+2 to these. We can also buff it. Not going to get a ton of card draw. They're not going to AoE, but they're going to summon something that slows me down. They're just building up cards, but holy shit. I don't have too many good spells that could stop this. Copy. Why are you worried about copying stuff from my deck? That's not going to help you. There's nothing that you can play out of the hand at the very least. Okay, I mean, who cares about that, honestly?
Tell me, Minnow.
Refresh an empty mana crystal for each... Oh, shit. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit wrong. It's almost like I could set up to AoE myself. Get as much damage in, and then I'm setting up to AoE. I just have to live with the result. Let them deal with my board. Trade into it, do whatever you want. Just got to get that damage in while I can. And so, whether they trade or not, I mean... Sometimes you just have to do it. You're not going to beat them in the long term. It's just not going to happen. Deal damage equal to its attack. So as long as he's focused on the board, I mean, why wouldn't he be? He can just trade everything out. This is a battle cry, but again, you always got to be wary of them buffing and copying stuff. Resurrection, I can't really play around. Yeah, this is the one and only time we're doing this. Actually seems okay, but it's still slow. Like, It's like I'm not going to establish any board presence next turn. So it's actually going to hurt me. Resurrect 4 friendly imps. It's just not the time to do it. This is just a bad play, but it's the best I can do. Hopefully you draw into one of those rifts, at least one. Because I really need some board presence. Thank you. It seems almost guaranteed that you do that, but it's actually pretty unlikely because you have like 20 plus cards still. At least you get something on there. Now, an infuse effect, it's going to happen way too late.
We don't have any ink.
I can't fucking worry about the board, man. I can do the same thing. Can summon this. This is where it starts to get a little bit annoying, honestly. Like, I'm going to have to keep just going face. There's no other way around it. In fact, I'm so committed to that idea that I'm going to do it right now. Like, this is what I need to happen. Do this, and just go for the kill. And we have Rafam as well. So unless you have some kind of Reno Jackson bullshit up your sleeve, I should be in good shape. Right, a lot of 1/1s. You can just trade into most of them. Kind of maybe stupid to give up the portal there, but you should almost save the portal for lethal. So they know you have damage in your pocket. You shouldn't do it early like that, but I feel like so under pressure by this turn. Like, if they have some big heal or if they have some big taunt, it's going to be very hard to do anything here. I guess you got to focus on clearing the board first, but... Oh, wow. Imagine that, dude. Imagine that. Wow. Fuck. Actually beating me with my own cards. If you can't beat them, join them. That's actually really hurtful, but maybe their turn is pretty much over, so... that's kind of tough. Oh, this will give imps +2/+2, so what am I even so worried about? Right? No, fuck, it doesn't. If I sack them... Wait. If I sack 2 imps, then you give these 3/6. Fuck. What is with this 1 HP threshold? What is it with that? You need the infuse. Damn, dude, this happens every game where there's a 1 HP threshold out here. I guess it's worth discovering lethal if you could... No, forget it. It's happened every game where I might be missing 1 damage somewhere along the line. If you can come out of this one... It's actually possible, though, if they do some kind of board clear, everything with 5 attacking up, then you can trade into the rest. It's possible for them to still win. Okay, that's probably not going to help you that much. Galakrond, you can't even play it. What could you have gotten that you're going to use? Destroy all minions with 3 or less. That's kind of... I don't even know what that card is. I don't know how... I'm not too familiar with it. Alright, so we could do... Galakrond would be stupid. Let's just flood the board again. Do this. Discover something that could potentially provide lethal. Rush. 3 prime. Bring this out. Bring out a taunt. You can go ahead and... oh, shit. I was meaning to trade that. So what kind of AoE would you have after just playing an AoE? Probably a fucking another one that I... priests make me nervous. Priests are very hard to deal with. And you're going to do like some full heal bullshit too, I bet. Discover copy. You're discovering so much shit. Like, you can't play around discover because you don't know what they're going to discover, but you would argue after you play a card, copy the original, draw a card, not going to matter.
It is finished.
Yeah.
You win.
It maybe looks more comfortable than it is, but that one was very scary. I guess I'm assuming they have stuff that they might not have, but some of the priest AoE is bullshit too, like the 9 cost that silences and destroys everything. Like, now we're facing actual better decks, so we have to be very careful. And that is an interesting feature of this deck. Like, you get them so close to dead, but always with, like, 1 or 2 left. Or maybe I'm just fucking something up somewhere along the line, but it's very close, but it's not. Maybe because they have 40 health sometimes, or I don't know. Okay, we haven't seen too many paladins as we've been doing this. This isn't really worth keeping. This is okay, but I need something low that I can summon. Now, would it be worth it to do this? I wonder. And the answer is probably not. No reason to burn the coin early. Play a secret on turn 1, that's fine. Okay, this is maybe worth doing now just because of the M-Gang boss. But this value is just so low on that card. I'm not a fan of it at all. That's one that I only have in there because supposedly it's in there. But I've made other changes that have worked out pretty good. Okay, that's good. Kind of want to do like the M-Gang boss. Like, this isn't a correct curve play. Okay, bait out whatever that is. When they cast a spell, they cast a random one of the same cost, which is the same one. Although, arguably, it doesn't have to be. At the start of your turn, silence all enemy minions. That could be okay, then. I'll just put down the fucking portal for some reason. Because I guess you could do this and then make this a 5/5/5. I guess the health value barely even matters. They should change this card to only give you attack. It should only be +1, not +1/+1. Because for most intents and purposes, it still wouldn't even matter. But at least it doesn't stick around. You're going just for damage or for the kill or whatever. See, like, this should be a trade, not a trade and a keep. That would make it a little more fair. I'm even giving ideas to nerf the cards I'm using because I'm objective like that. Like, it doesn't matter. So, you can do this. You can draw a bunch, probably. But I'm kind of... I think the M-Gang boss is always good because you can't really AoE into that. I mean, you can, but... So we could do the library again. Just kind of let it get out of hand. Draw a whole bunch of shit. Maybe you should always draw first there, but it's iffy. Now, I don't even have to use it, necessarily. But I probably should, because I just have so much shit on the board. You know, since this isn't an imp, we're actually going to discriminate against non-imp minions here. Which is maybe stupid, because he's like, oh, he has 1 more health, but he's not an imp. So he's not going to synergize with any of this shit. So you have a simple 5/5. And now, I'd love to summon this guy who gives +2/+2 to everything, would be great. Set a minion's attack and health to 1, give it stats lost to a minion in your hand. Now we're going to go ahead and play this guy. No reason not to. Destroy this just in case he has some crazy buffs and stuff. So we're committing pretty hard, but I still have a lot of stuff in my hand, so... And I have another portal coming. So it's almost like you have to learn not to hold back, because it's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have used that portal there, but I have another one ready next turn. Like, it's so stupid. Only turn 6, so there's not too many things he can do. That secret would have to be game-changing. +2/+1's not going to matter. This actually should be setting up for lethal. 4, 7, 10, 13... Yeah, he's dead. Well, I guess it would depend what he has, really. Summon that as a new target. I guess the problem with that is it makes the buff a little bit less effective, but not really. 9, 13, whatever. Okay, we get the streak back again. We're up to 7. So I lost to a Death Knight, and it didn't seem like I could have done much there. But I did make like maybe 1 misplay that could... So we're not only going to get the Legend card back again, we're going to get the gold portrait for the Warlock, which... It's pretty shocking that I don't have that, considering how much I play as. Warlock and Warrior are basically my 2 classes in this game that I played a ton compared to everything else. Which is a little bit different than what I played in WoW, was more so a Warrior and a Mage. Speaking of Demon Hunter, here we go. You still got to play generally the same way. I'm not sure if this is really worth keeping, but I guess I will. I like all these base golden cards that I just have. It's not like I crafted them to be golden. I'm not even going to worry about the health thing right now, though. Just if I have extra mana, I'll do it. what do we have here? At some point, I'm just going to say fuck it and put Jiraxes in here just for the fun of it, but it's so slow of a play. It could be something that they don't really expect, though. Okay, so this is maybe fine. Play both of those. Play on the board in a way that maybe you shouldn't do. But it's kind of hard to say that. Like, I don't know. You really do have to worry about the board. Like, Demon Hunters are really tough to deal with, so I don't know how to play against them. Should I go face? Should I go board? I just don't know. His board is going to overwhelm me before mine overwhelms him, so we're going to get the infuse effect here. The buff is not going to do anything right now. You can just kill this, kill this. Got to be a little more aware of the order in which I'm doing stuff. Sometimes it's not the greatest. For example, when the portal died, that could have been a win right there. But then I won anyway, but you know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have let that slip. I had lethal and I missed it. It's like calculating for mate in 1 or something. So you could draw, you could do this, you could do this. Let's just go all in with that and see what he can do about it. Demon Hunters don't have a ton of great AoE. That is one weakness that they have. Right, so if you destroy something, we put up the portal. It's almost in some weird meta way sometimes better not to take something here. Because what's going to happen is the portal, but then I can always just trade into something. That's not going to do anything for you. Hit this. Now you can do the portal, but the portal buff is going to be almost too good. To the point where, let's actually do this first. You get 6 out of it. I'm going to do the portal, but I'm not going to hit it with the portal, actually. So what's going to happen is I'm going to do the portal into one of these, but then hit it with this and this. So you keep the 7/7. You hit him like this, you hit him like this, you hit him like this. You can give yourself a bunch of more health. Now is an acceptable time to do it. So now you're setting up to be able to do another portal as well. You have to deal with the 7/7. You have to deal with the flooded board. Lifesteal is okay there, but not too worried about it. Okay. Look how quick some of these are. More like my deck does, because the player experience is very minimal here, but it is what it is. So it doesn't seem like the number of stars you need to get through each thing changes. It's always going to be 3. But obviously it's going to get hard as you go on. The only thing I fear is having to use a different deck. Like if this deck isn't going to be good enough. Because I don't have enough shit to make another deck. Because I don't tend to do stuff like this. So is it worth it to keep the Imp Gang boss? And the answer is... it's tough. It's tough because... it probably is worth it, but then what if you draw into something that you can't play? Then you're going to be really pissed about it. I feel like Shamans can be dangerous, but I haven't really seen that same Shaman deck that I lost to, which I forgot what it was. It's decks that have like a win condition, and they can also stall out the early game at the same time, which Priest can certainly do that if they play it right. Because like they're playing stuff to bring it back. Like, oh, I'm going to play Big Priest or Resurrect stuff. But the act of playing the big stuff also is a taunt. And so you can't, you know, you're not going for your win condition. I'm actually going to do something there that's maybe a bit weird. Just because I'm always obsessed with board presence here. I just want shit on the board all the time. You never want to have an empty board with this deck, ever. So the best excuse to play something is if you know, you don't want to overcommit. But in that case, it's just like I have 3 minions. So if he AoEs them, then it plays into the infuse effects. If he doesn't, I'm setting up for a buff. We can still hit him in the face. Yeah. See, now we overcommit into an AoE. But there is no such thing as overcommitment with this deck because you have so many fucking sources of stuff. If you AoE this, I get this. If you don't, I get this. Like, you're fucked no matter what. So that's the way you got to look at it. He's got Lightning Storm. He's got whatever. I don't care. He's going to coin something out. What is it? Put a random player from each player's hand into the battlefield. Okay. This has a nasty death rattle, which I don't want to worry about necessarily. Arguably, that's one of the worst things he could have gotten because at least it's slow, but unless he has a way to trigger the death rattle and punish me that way, but it does have taunt, doesn't it? So yeah, there was no reason to go into that. Now, if he has an AoE now, that kind of punishes me a little bit, which I'm sure he does. Destroy it, return it to full health with taunt. I mean, that's fine, but... Or no, not with taunt. Restore 5 health to your hero. He's gonna hit that. Or... It's not the end of the world, but I need to do this buff to make it happen. Give everything +2/+2. You're gonna trade into this a little bit. 3, 6. Just go for that greedy face damage. Even if it seems suboptimal, you just gotta go for it. What we'd really like here is Rafam, because but getting the infuse can be tricky then, too. Not the greatest sequence there, but... You know, you could say it's bad if it's Denathrius, but it could have actually been a win if it's Denathrius, because I could just hit him in the face then, right? You're not going to get summoning sickness problems from that. So why wouldn't he just sack this into something to get the thing? Why would you just leave it there? Oh, he is going to. So you can hit this with a few different things. We get Rafam, but we get it a little bit late. I guess maybe not, because 4 things are going to die anyway. So I won't do it this turn, but... Oh, this could be huge, actually. Oh, shit. Summons 2. This is good, this is good. Because now we can trade into this way more efficiently. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little tricky math here. Is it worth it to do this and then this? 8. Okay, 8. Then we'd have a 9. I think I'll do it that way. We'll hit there, hit there, hit there, hit him in the face, and then we're setting up for a pretty good Rafam here as well. And then we also have a good Denathrius, but I don't want to let it get to that point. That's why he's just there as an ace in the hole. If you... Basically, that means you're going to lose if it wasn't for that. Right? If it gets to turn 10, you're going to lose most of the time. But that can save you from that. Either if you're getting rushed down yourself, it'll work as a lifesteal. So even assuming he can clear the board, I'm still not that worried about it. That's the beauty of... This card is busted through the ass. I mean, it's so fucking broken.
Let's be holly and jolly.
That's a nice line. Some of these heroes, I haven't even heard all their lines. Because I've seen most of them before, but... In fact, you rarely see Nazoth, so... Man, I wish they would give you another way... Even if it was super hard to get, like, you have to collect every golden card in the game to get Nazoth. Like, fine. At least give me the hope that I could, you know, one day get it. I don't even know how you got it. Like, let me check. Nazoth. Here, you probably had to buy some microtransaction bullshit. It just looks so cool. Could be obtained through Madness of Dark Moon Fair pre-order for 79 some odd dollars. Yeah. So it's not even like, oh, it was because I wasn't playing that or something. It's just because I wouldn't have bought that anyway, even if I was. So gold 6. I just want to get to platinum, but I guess I should... I don't want to wait till like the end of the month and then if I struggle. But it's basically been every episode I've been getting one color upgrade. Like I went from bronze to silver, then I went from silver to gold. Now today I'm going to go to silver to platinum. So we'll play it. I play it like once every 5 days. So what is today even? We'll play it at least twice more. We'd have to. And then I can always do like a final bonus episode, like just to see how far you can get even in Legend. But what do you even get for getting to Legend rank 1? I don't even know. You wouldn't get your own card back for that because that would feel too exclusionary and impossible, but you must get something. You can keep the library. The hero card generally isn't that good, but against the Demon Hunter it arguably could be, because it's the one time where you might actually need AoE. This is an okay hand, but a turn 1 play would be great.
I see you brought guests.
It's Renethal, but I always call him Renthal. So yeah, you just get it right back. Fuck it. Okay, at least they didn't summon anything on turn 1. This is kind of a weird card because you never want to play it just as is, right? You always want to save it for at least turn 5. You never want to play it in its first form or its third form, because you don't want to get to the third form point on turn 10, and you don't want to waste it as a turn 2 play. So you want to play it only around turn 5. He's just whacking my face. Interesting. We're just going to commit to the board. Very hardcore. Hitting him in the face there is arguably not the play, but at some point you got to watch my own health, because it might get to that point. But my board does look pretty threatening. Like, you got to deal with it. Death Rattle is a 4-1. So I could just ignore it. I mean, see, like, you could arguably justify doing that, but you could actually kill it with both of these for the fuck of it. The amount of damage I'm going to take here is not going to be acceptable, though. Honestly, this seems like a pretty good value proposition, though. I'm not even going to tap. But you know what? I don't even care, because I just don't think they can deal with this board. So, I'm assuming I'm going to get something that I can actually use, because these hero cards are kind of stupid. It's better to get these closer to the death threshold, because you want them to die, because you don't want to hit, you don't want to keep using them. It's like I'll sack it, and then summon 2. Go ahead and sack it there. Hit him in the face. I'm not going to attack with it, actually. I'm getting very low on health here. Yeah, there's nothing to even do with that. And I can't play the hero card because it's going to destroy my own shit, which is really a very strange card to have with this deck. Like, I don't know. It's like a last resort, or it can be a reactive play, but like, this is a bricked hand. Obviously, one of these is my own meme troll fault for doing, but you get the portal again, so I think we just win. Well, no, he has 24. Normally you would, but this 40 health thing is questionable. So you would have the ability to have 3, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 plus 16, 17, and then 4. 21. So why don't I still do it? But still do it, but we set up for some very strong stuff. I don't know why I didn't play that. I wasn't really thinking. So what can you do about a 7-6, a 9-8, and then we have 2 4-4s with Rush. Not really even that imposing, all things considered. You can kill one of my things. I can hit you for 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, which is enough to kill you, so you lose. Just that simple, eh? We've seen that hero card quite a few times. One with the wild tier 5. Climbing the ranks tier 5. Okay. So we're at... Well, let's see what this picture is. It's always cool to see. They've changed these portraits so much over time. Like, some of the lower ones used to be like, what, Angry Chicken and all kinds of weird stuff. Leper Gnome. They have so many portraits to work with, so it's not like they're ever going to run out. How did I even choose this deck? I don't even know. Like, there's a lot of busted decks, I'm sure, but I guess this one was just cheap, and I always play as Warlock anyway, and I have so many other Warlock cards, so there you go. That could be why. Okay, Priest can be scary. You have to get him quick.
Your soul shall be mine.
So you definitely don't want this. You don't want to even get it, let it get to turn 5. You arguably don't even want this. But then if I do... No, you have a lot of low-cost cards. You just want some quick shit. Fucking stupid hand. That's not even much worse than that, though. Like, okay. Gotta get them hard to get them fast. The one good thing is they don't have the Renthal, but that also means they might have a more focused, better deck. Right? That 40 card thing can be like fool's gold for the 40 health. So if he summons a lot of taunts, I'm in trouble. Which is obviously what they're going to do. I'm just going to go all in with this shit. I don't even care. Get them before they can Holy Nova or do anything. Just fucking destroy them. We have 2 of these. The infuses all happen together. Like, don't hold back. That's the lesson with this class matchup. Don't hold anything back. Just commit, commit, commit. If they can't... Okay, so... I can't attack with that, but that's not the end of the world. I'll just do this. It's only going to be a +1/+1, though. So it's not really worth it there, but... Again, now you might say, oh, you shouldn't overcommit to the board. I am going to overcommit to the board, because that's what you have to do with this. That's the point. You just have to do it. It doesn't matter. Like, if you can deal with it and you win, then so be it. But if I don't do this, you're going to win anyway, because once it gets to turn 6, 7, you're just going to fly. So you have to get them early. I'm surprised we're not seeing more taunts, though. There's a lot of good taunts, like the lifesteal, the one that kills. I guess it's too early. This curve's too early, like where there are those taunts, but they would cost 5 or 6 or something. Right? Like the lifesteal or the one that destroys an enemy minion, this and that. So this actually isn't going to do any damage. So we have 13. Now, you could commit even further. But I think now is the time where it's okay not to do that. Now returning lethal, I'm sure they have some way to clear the board or at least deal with it in a meaningful way. However, the imp is still getting value just from its presence on the board for like the buffs and stuff. What are you going to do? Oh, that's garbage. That's not going to do anything for you. I guess if it had lifesteal, maybe. What the fuck is that? That doesn't matter. Okay. Dodge a bullet with a priest matchup. So the main class that we've lost to is either Shaman, which again, I can't remember what that deck was. We saw it a little bit early on. Demon Hunter, which is kind of like them beating you at your own game. Where, you know, I keep getting so low on health, and you gotta maybe manage the tapping a little better. You gotta not attack with that 2/5 as much. So those are the 2 classes. Priest can be scary, but now I feel like I'm just an alarmist because I haven't lost to one in a while. It's just, I can see the blueprint for them beating you. This could be a mirror matchup, but we really haven't seen too many of those. This you don't want, this you don't want, this you don't want. This is okay. That should be an acceptable opening hand. Do what? What am I even trying to do? You can't even interact with anything. What was it? It was registering a life tap? So the Flame Imp is always good. No reason to really coin anything out. But it seems unlikely that they would be using the 40 card deck. So what are they using? Akari Sacrifice. I mean, it has, you could argue, some imp synergy, but you have to discard too many cards. So maybe it's not good in that way. You can always put the taunt in front, so there's no reason to do it right away. You want to be able to attack. Do I play this is the big question. I could do like a big triple play, but they do have stuff like Defile that's going to fuck me over if I try to do that. Why don't we just do that and then see what happens going forward? Don't want to overcommit against a Warlock because they do have plenty of AoE options, Hellfire, this and that. Every AoE in the history of the game, of course, but some classes are still AoE starved in that way. When you player discards this, destroy a random enemy minion, perfectly fine. I almost just want to tap here because we don't have a ton going. I want to be able to coin out the buff here. So that could be good to do. Obviously, stuff with high HP gets way more benefit out of it. right? Because the difference in attack is what it is, but the difference in HP is way harder to get rid of. So I'll coin out him and just deal with the potential board clears that he's going to do. This is going to summon 2 things. This I don't want to do yet. This is going to be okay. Deal 3 damage to the enemy hero. I almost don't even care about that. But I should probably still do it. You don't really need to worry about the stupid 1-2. You got a 3-6, 4-5, 5-4 on turn 5. So what can a Warlock do about this? Fellfire Potion? Maybe, but even then... Oh, that doesn't affect demons on either side, right? Or does it say only friendly demons? I can't remember, actually, if that maybe isn't good. See, now you can't even say anything because you're a Warlock too, so you could be doing the same exact shit. Like, I don't know what deck he was using, but he's using the Lakari Sacrifice version, so he's still using Imp Warlock versus Imp Warlock, but a different kind of Imp Warlock. Maybe he has Galakrond too. I love that choice to put Galakrond in here. You see how rarely it's actually useful. But then I could argue the same thing with the other hero card isn't that good either. Imagine having 2 hero cards and they're both bad. Gul'dan doesn't work because it's too slow. Jiraxis is way too slow. I like how they made Jiraxis stronger by giving him the 5 armor. Like, oh, it wasn't viable anymore, so you have to fucking make it like the other busted hero cards. Okay, this we have to have the same mindset, go fast. There's pretty much no class that you don't want to go fast against. Maybe a hunter can sometimes be a little bit like where they'll be able to rush you down before you rush them down, but you don't really want these to start. I mean, the discover effect is going to be a little bit slow paced. Do this first, and you can always buff the attack, buff the attack. So if this sticks around, you know, it'll be a 3-3, then it'll be a 5-3. I feel like Fiendish Circle was never considered a good card for a very long time, so this might be the first time it's ever been considered good and used. Because even the Galakrond stuff, I don't know how much the emphasis on imps was really that big of a deal. Like, I don't know. Well, I guess this kind of changes my plan a little bit. I love the Flame Imp. I always used to do that deck, just Flame Imp, Succubus, try to beat them early. I forget what else is in there, but it wasn't like the traditional classical lock though. So the deck they're using is very slow. It's one of those kind of, you know, instant win condition, but it takes a very long time to get there. So their plays have to be very defensive minded and stop me from rushing them down, which they very easily could be. So imagine just doing this next turn and not getting punished. It's pretty unlikely that's going to happen, but I'm still going to get the damage in. Do what you're gonna do, dude. I just gotta do the commit. I just gotta do it. And then even if that happens, I can still do this, where I get, you know, like, what can you do on turn 4 that'll destroy all of this? I don't think there is something. It'll destroy most of it, maybe. Well, you got balls of steel, or maybe you just don't have an answer. What the fuck is that? You're really gonna let me do that, dude? Even if you clear my board now, your health is in a bad spot at least. Holy shit, dude. That is a very... Whatever you had, just play it, dude. What do you think is going to happen? What did you have in your hand there that you chose to play nothing? Even if you just summon a minion, just a 3-2 random shit that isn't going to taunt or lifesteal, just do something. What could you be doing? Silence all... That doesn't matter. Like, it's still going to do what it's going to do. I guess what she's kind of doing is like locking my board. It's like, oh no, I'm stuck with these measly 1-1s, but you know what I mean? Like, there's apparently you can do this. How would that work? It just wouldn't do anything, but that's kind of weird. It should be like you can't do it because your board's full. That's normally how interactions like that work, isn't it? So it's not going to summon them over the top of these and destroy these. It's just not going to do anything. Very interesting style of play this person chose. I wouldn't put it past them to be able to clear my board, but even if they do, so what? What is it? What is this person doing? They lose. 3-4, it's over. What are you doing? You didn't even try to do anything. I mean, I'll take the win, but it's hard to believe. Maybe you're getting matched up against people at different ratings than what you're playing at, just because the game might be so dead by now, but Okay, I'll be back. This is really a moment of great existential irony for me in this game, because not only am I using this, but I'm using it in Wild. So it's like combining the two weird parallel things, like where I'd always talk shit about decks like this, because it's like, oh, this is so, why would you play this in Wild? You're just trying to have fun. But evidently people aren't trying to have fun, because then when I try to play as my fun decks, Explore on Goro or Renounce Arctis or whatever kind of Iron Juggernaut flip, I just get destroyed. So it's like, ah, ha, they're better than you, just play better, even though the deck just sucks. And you know, I'm not using something optimal, so could just play in casual, but then that feels like it's not fun either. You should still I'd be happy to sit in gold with one of those decks, but you can't do that. You can't even get past fucking bronze and silver because it's so, I mean, you can't really not get past bronze with anything just because, you know, you don't lose stars for losing, so you're guaranteed to eventually get through unless you just can't win a game, period. So you don't really want this. I don't even mind this because you get a little 3/3 benefit. So we're playing against a priest again. But maybe this deck is better against priest than I realized, but I've seen it. There are ways to win as a priest. You just have to summon a lot of big taunts and stuff early. This one looks almost exactly the same as the last game, the way it started. So hopefully they do the same thing and just don't play anything. Is this the same person? Dredge, if it's a what? Reduces cost. If it's a spell, if it's a minion. What? If it's a spell, reduces cost by 3. Well, if that's an AoE, that could be scary. Let's actually do this way instead, though. Does that mean we don't have any ink? I don't know what that means even. These are pretty hard to get rid of. I mean, you can't really do this in the same way that you would normally AoE something. Can't attack after your opponent draws a card. It costs up to 1 more. That's kind of an awkward play. Why don't I do this? Not the end of the world, but it's kind of awkward that I had to do that. You arguably don't even have to worry that much. Well, it depends what you're going to be really drawing into. You have to obviously kill it before you tap there. That's a meta. Oh my fucking god. What is this shit? It can't attack, so this time I'm just going to ignore it.
For the ghost, my lord.
Now the problem is if you buff it or something, or like if you resurrect the other one, so everything's going to cost 2 more. I'm willing to just tank it for now because it's like, you got to deal with the board is the bigger thing at play. So what would I kill it with? Would I kill it with the 4/3 or would I kill it with the imps? There's the question. I think I'd kill it with the imps because you're playing around AoE at least a little better. Discover a card in each player's hand. Is that what that is? Discover a card in each player's hand and swap them. What, is he going to swap Denathrius? What? You would think you would have had that option because I only had 3 cards to begin with. I don't know what that means. 3/3. So this is more so a turn to trade, I guess. So
Are you little? Legally binding. Carving time.
I don't know if that's really the optimal way to go about it. I'm not really that intimidated by this far watch post because it's like we're just getting the damage in. The one cost different. It's not like I'm going to be playing these things 2 at once. If you play this, you're not going to be able to play something else either. Haunt, Divine Shield. So hit this with this. Now you could summon a whole bunch more of these. Go ahead and hit this. Hit this. Just go all in, all in. So unless they have like a full heal option here, it could be trouble. Letting that far watch post sit there is maybe not the best idea, but it's kind of annoying. It's one thing if they give it taunt or lifesteal or buff it or something, but Light Bomb is not even going to kill his own thing. Give it +2/+2. Okay, so now is maybe the time to get rid of it. Summon 2 of these and get a little discover effect here too. Deal 3 damage to all other characters. Could be a way to get lethal, but it could also kill me. I mean, I guess we're at that point where that could be the difference. So what about the Reno Jackson or something like that they could do? I'm surprised I'm not seeing plays like that. Because remember, it would bring them up to 40 now, not 30, because of the Renathal shit. So it makes it even better than it already was. And sure, your deck having duplicates, not having duplicates with 40 cards could be pretty tough, but still. So you could buff stuff, restore health to all friendly characters, lifesteal. So they're going full defense mode here. Give it the little buff. The problem is it's still going to take 2 of these to kill it, which is odd, to say the least. Now I don't even know as much what I'm doing. This is not looking too good. That was a very deadening play. Heal him for 8. This is where you might lose. You're gonna have to hope for this. In fact, I'm so low on HP that this could be trouble. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about with Priest. That can just be so hard to deal with. We're gonna hope that the Denathrius play can finish him off. But actually, it's not going to be able to, even then. 20. They're going to have another big taunt, lifesteal shenanigans. So if they play a taunt, do I play Denathrius first, or do I kill it first, is the question. Eat him. No, not that, not that. Okay, good. Fuck. Now, if I play it, it could kill that, or I could... They still have too much HP. It's not going to be enough. Or no, maybe it will be. Wait. Oh. If I sack all 3, then it'll do 23, right? Too bad you didn't eat that one instead. That's a pretty clutch way to go. It's amazing how many games that actually wins you, because I had no chance of winning that without that. The pace was completely favoring them, I guarantee it. That far watch post is a big cut card because you don't want to kill it, but if you don't, you get fucked too. That's kind of a hard one to deal with. The 2/3 that... I guess the increased costing wasn't the thing, but it tempts you not to kill it, and then it kind of just sticks around. It's kind of a hard one to deal with. Okay, we haven't seen too many hunters lately, but they can be very tough with that quest card. So do I keep this for the infuse? And the answer is I actually will keep it. I don't want this one though. So what's going to happen is we can set up for this into this, which makes it a 5/3. Have to make sure we don't get rushed down ourselves though. That's what can happen against a hunter, believe it or not. Especially with the hero power. So they don't play the quest thing though. I could do this or I could do this. Now you have to be very careful not to attack with this one because just to hit face with it at least. Discover a copy of a beast. So I could kill this now with the buff of this. Do I really want to? I guess I will. Seems kind of like a waste, but I don't want them to have anything on the board. Just go all face with this, and I don't know. I could do the Imp Gang boss here. I could do a taunt. But I'm not going to... Oh, that's a risky play to do that. You're really going to do nothing? What is with some of these people doing that? If you do nothing, then I'll do nothing. How about that? I'm not going to over... Well, but what is there to really overcommit from? Like... There's not much that he can really do. Explosive Trap, I guess, would kill everything. We get the Infuse a little bit out of it, though, so... After your hero attacks, discover a secret and cast it. He's hoping and praying for Explosive Trap, but I'm not going to play around it because I'm just going to keep going. I mean, we have to just do it. We'll summon these two, discover something. There's nothing we can do. Like, we're not going to just sit here and wait. Yeah, look at the balls on this bitch. She just hits you in your fucking face. He doesn't give a shit. You didn't get the trap you were looking for, I guess. After all. So you might get it this time though. Maybe I shouldn't have attacked with her first, but I guess I assumed it was explosive trap, so I didn't care. Let me guess what it's gonna be now. I guess if it is, then I don't care because I don't have much on the board anyway. So I'm gonna 3 cost as a new target. Okay, so the big thing here is we have to decide. This is obviously a good play. And then you can do this. Discover something that could potentially be good. Give it +2/+2. Okay, what's to discover? Whenever your hero takes damage, taunt, summon a 5/5 Dreadlord. It's an 8 cost. I guess I'll do that, but I don't intend to play it at least. You could do this one. You could hit him in the face. And so now we're setting up for Rafam, which has the Infuse. So let's see what he does. He's focused just on clearing my board because we're still almost presenting lethal. 6 out of 8. Rush, Death Rattle, go dormant. Revive after 5 friendly minions die. Is there any reason not to do Rafam here? I wonder. Yeah, let's see what he can do about this. What could a hunter do in the best case scenario? It doesn't feel like much. You kill this, you go dormant. Don't really care too much about that. But this should be pretty much easily achievable. Just do this in the most efficient way possible. 6. Oh, it summons 2 of them. What? What? Why did I not even know that? Maybe there wasn't a better way to play it, but that's kind of confusing. Summon 2 of these, fuck it. Just summon everything, I don't care. Like, how are you gonna stop this, dude, as a hunter? You don't have a ton of great AoE, you don't have a ton of great taunts probably in there. Rat King reminds me of Dark Souls. Fucking disappointing NPC. He just looks like a regular rat. Be gone, human. We have no time for thy kind. After I beat a fucking boss. Way to troll me. These don't have rush, do they? They do? Okay, cool. It still shouldn't be enough, dude. Wait, maybe... No, but everything doesn't get rush. Only this gets rush. Okay. I like how they could manually say well played, but it's built into the concede effect. You'd say it twice. Okay. Let's go ahead. Could take a couple more. So yeah, hunters don't seem that threatening, but I guess the possible lose condition is they could rush you down. Maybe. You might think, oh, everybody should be using this deck if it's this good, but I'm not seeing it. Even the other Warlock I've played didn't have it, so what? You can say, oh, it's bad manners to use it because it's so busted, but then you'll lose to people who are using busted stuff themselves. I guess people wouldn't be using it in Wild as much, but why not? You know what I mean? Like, if it's good, it's good. So I don't mind doing this. We'll have a 2/6 for 2. This negative effect typically doesn't hurt you too much, but you know, you got to make a decision whether you want to go face or not. This is kind of like the best case scenario to play this guy, but I still don't think he's that good. Kind of gives away what you're playing, but that's a pretty cool hero. I don't think I've seen that, or maybe I just don't pay attention. The 1/3 after you cast the spell, gain 1 attack. Not a big deal. Let's just go ahead and we could do the discover effect here. Of course, we're setting up for a good Denathrius right away. So you don't necessarily want to mulligan it because the effect is good. Although you don't necessarily expect the game to get to that point either, but it's just one card, like, it's fine. Wait, that's kind of scary. What the fuck happened? What the fuck? Well, you're overcommitting a little bit, to be fair, but what the fuck is going on? Imp Gang Boss or Discover. Discover's not really going to be worthwhile. You have the balls to still go face. Goes down back to 5. I mean, there's nothing I could do about it there. If you're holding, oh my god. This is an interesting deck, at least, that we're seeing. I guess I'll do this. I mean, just got to keep the pace going. Like, how many things can you deal with without suffering the consequences? You'll cast another spell that buffs everything for the millionth time. Like, this is enough to clear his board. And no, what is this deck? What is this? At least it seems a bit creative and unique. If the balls to go face against it, huh? So these don't have actual effects. You know what you could do? You could still leave this there, but you could kill both of these and mine would survive. So that's pretty good value, at least. Now, it puts the pressure on him to deal with that. As much as this is very scary. That's just going to stick around the whole game. It's an interesting deck. Let's see what he does. Another buff card? What else could there be? Oh. The end of your turn, if you dealt 3 or more, draw a card. Choose one, give your minions +1 attack, or summon a 2/2 Treant. Imagine playing this ballsy against a lock, but somehow it's working for them. Summon 3 1/1 things for your opponent. Guess I should just go all in with this, but I won't be able to necessarily do this. So you could deny the card draw. You get rid of the 2/2. Or actually, get rid of this so that you can't hit face, at least with what you're presenting on the board, because you would have to do something else at least, which I'm sure you have another buff. That's all this person has, is just buffs, buffs, buffs. Okay, that's at least slow. That's a slow play. If you cast a nature spell while holding this... Okay. This is pretty hard to believe, but you're gonna get rushed down. This is where Denathrius could be good, but I think it's too late now. We should be able to clear his board, though, still mathematically. Let's go ahead and draw and see what happens. We get a +2/+2. Is very good. Of course, there's 3 that'll benefit from that. Shouldn't I have some kind of lethal proposition here? 7, 14... 22, 23, 24, 25. I'm 2 damage short. 7, 11, plus 14. Fuck. Okay. Gotta do this one first, because otherwise it'll lose the effect. For example. Now you gotta do 4, 8, 7, 7. Right, there's no way to... Or actually, since this is gonna die anyway, what... Since this was gonna die anyway from trading with the 3/3 thing, we just have to get to Denathrius. Can I do that?
You gotta be scrappy.
Choose one and split it into 2. That's kind of a fascinating interaction that... Huh. That would like show you a lot of cards that otherwise don't exist. Summon 2 1/1. There must be other cards that do the same thing. After your opponent casts a spell, summon a Trog. Okay, dude. I need to get Denathrius. Save me. I was too short of lethal there. That was pretty amusing, actually. Galakrond can save me with the armor. That's kind of amusing. Obviously, you have to do this. I kind of actually do have to do it, as much as I... Oh, that was maybe a mistake. Oh, I just need like 1 turn, dude. I just need like 1 turn. I should have done the trade the other way, that way. Oh, that kind of saves me. Some board presence. 6, 8, good. So I just have to survive turn 9, and then at least I can survive with Denathrius effect, which is probably pretty fucking good too. 16, not bad. Choose one, transform in 3/1 rush, so he has 2 of those. Wait, what? I thought he discovered both. Oh, he did that with something else. 4/4, 2/4, 2/4, 1. He's not going to be able to kill me. He's going to trade into the board a little bit. What's that 4/4 gonna do though? He's completely out of cards. I really like this person's deck though. This was fun. This was cool. This is not one that we've seen. I'm impressed that you've gotten even this far with it. It's not necessarily that it's bad. It's just unique, you know. Obviously, you have to do this. And you can summon 2 more of these. The Void Caller isn't gonna be good. You can summon 2, 2, and 2. And so we could save the effect of the portal. So unless you have some crazy damage out of the hand, I should be okay. Uh-oh. What could you get? Like Starfire? Or what is that? The 6... Not Moonfire, Starfire. Or something. I guess Druids don't have a ton of damage out of the hand. Swipe 4, 5, 6, 7. Swipe would be enough.
Thrive in adversity.
No way, no way, no way. No! What the fuck? Okay, good deck, good deck. 1 turn short. What the fuck? That's actually good though. See, that person gets the thumbs up. They enjoy the spirit of the wild. They deserve that. Because they're using something that I imagine is not an optimal deck. Even though it looked pretty good there. That could not be considered anything. Very fun, very interesting. A lot of buffs in there. That was awesome. Fuck, we lose our win streak to it though. How do we lose to that, but we beat so many other decks that seem better? It could just be the best case scenario for them. Her face looks weird.
Your soul shall be mine.
Okay, we could keep the... We don't need those. We just keep this. I can't even blame Galakrond. Their Galakrond actually saved me. Although if it was something else, you know, it might have been better. But no, I mean, it gives you the armor. It gives you the hero power. What could I have done differently? I guess nothing. I was waiting for Denathrius. There's no other play that I had. Didn't have a taunt. Didn't have a heal. You're not going to have much of that period anyway. So it might be worth it to do this just to... You're not going to just pass a turn with this deck. You got to get something out there. So I guess a 3-2 for 2 is acceptable. You got to get on a streak again. Otherwise, this will take a bit. You got the Imp Gang boss. I was going to do Plants vs. Zombies Part 2 today, but it's so hard to get that to run. So now I had to delete it, so maybe I have to redo the save file, which would be okay. But what you have to do with that is you can't exit in full screen, because then it'll try to open in full screen, and then you get fucked. Keeps doing like a fatal error and this and that. It's so annoying. So I don't even know how to fix it. People have supposed fixes, but they don't work. It's something very specific, I guess, that I have to do. So I could either trade into it, or I could do... I could do this and just keep the damage going. So you could kill it with your weapon, but I got a decent board. And so this infuse effect isn't going to happen for a while. If you're holding a secret, cast it and draw a card. Guess I could do this and then see what it is. I'm going to random thing with the same cost. This would be cute with that, but it doesn't actually matter. Like, you could deliberately sack both of these to do this. You could do this to raise its attack. I guess I could do both of these anyway. And then just kind of deal with whatever happens. So you have a little bit of AoE protection in the Imp Gang boss, but it's not really much. It's not the same as like a Death Rattle or like a Shredder concept, but it's something. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Obviously, if I do the buff, I basically just win, but not really. You got to remember this 40 health value shenanigans. They would be down to 23 otherwise. I don't know what to make of it. Deal 3. If it dies, your next card costs 2 less. You could either summon 2 copies or you could do the buff. Now, I don't know what kind of secrets you're going to have that are going to... But I'll just do it the same way I normally do it. What's it going to be? Plays a minion, summon a 2-3 with poisonous. Not a big deal, I can just trade into it. Go ahead and do this. Go Go ahead and do this. What's it gonna be? Apparently nothing. There's too many secrets now, even for each class, where it's just not gonna, you know, you really can't play around it. I guess the one thing you could have played around the one time a few games back was the explosive trap. Just the fact that you knew he was digging for it, but you still couldn't play around it because if you don't attack, you're just gonna sit there and do nothing. So either you go in and just do it, or you don't. You still had enough health where, how could your hand be that brick? I don't even know what some of these cards are. Like, what is that picture? So basically we'd have 1, 2, 3 more to do, and then obviously we could do a bonus. I'm just assuming this deck is going to be good enough. I hope it is. But you always need some kind of variety. At some point you're going to have to switch up to something else. It's just, this has been good to me. Highest rank is legend rank. Yeah, keep teasing me. Suspect Maiev. Weird hero. They've made really too many of them. So you keep this for the infuse, sure. You could not keep this. You don't have to keep this. I don't really know. I mean, you don't really want the 5-cost trigger thing. The Fiendish Circle maybe could have been good. Oh, this is just the shit. You get Cthulhu the Shattered, which is okay. What else do you have? You don't have the Renathal thing, so let's see what you got. There's so many great decks over the years that we're not seeing. Like, do that Crystal Caves thing that was so good and that was so hard to beat for so long. The 5/5. Make everything a 5/5. Like, why wouldn't that work? Or there's so many other things. There might be a coin play here that would actually be good because I tend to just not like using the coin, though. Early. Like, you can summon both of these and make this a 3/4. Like, that's really going to be what wins you the game. There were two things I said I was going to try that I've kind of delayed on trying, which was the Warcraft TCG. There is an online way to play it, but it's just kind of not the best. You have to do everything manually, and it's a bad way to learn. And also, obviously, Shogi, I can't bring myself to do. So I guess I could do this. Oh, I could make this a 3/5, I guess. Summoning 2 1/1s is cute, but it's kind of not that good of a play to do that. Just kind of get rid of them. So you get 3 3/5s. If these both die, actually, it still wouldn't be enough. Wait, but didn't my thing... Oh, I just drew it. My thing just died, but it wasn't in the hand at the time. What, are you going to just take it down over 2 turns? What is the point of that? Kind of a very slow sequence that we have going for us. Fiendish Circle, fine. Do 2 of these. It's not terrible to play it like that, but it's just kind of slow, and it's not the ideal thing. The best way to play it is when you have the 1/3 that gains 1 attack for each imp. Then it becomes a 3/3 just based on that. Or like it becomes a 5/3 based on this. So it can be good that way. So if you do like Fan of Knives or Clear the Board, I can do this, which would be about the best case scenario that you can get. You're playing very slowly. Kind of strange. I guess I'll just do this and let you deal with it. Fan of Knives is the only thing that really makes sense here as far as an AoE. Like, what other AoEs is a rogue really going to have? You're not going to be able to vanish it or something. Oh, yeah, right. Something specific to the deck itself. Now we could do this, assuming that was your only AoE. Oh, wait, yeah, we got it. So I'm going to challenge you to see. Can you deal with this or not? Can you vanish it? What can you do? That would be the only thing I can think of. Vanish is the only play possible here. 8, 14, 20. So I don't have lethal. Actually, I do, because I have the portal. It's like this deck isn't good because of one busted card. It's good because of so many busted cards. Deal 3. If it dies, your next thing costs 2 less. Destroy me. Okay, that was a pretty good response at least. No question about it. You could either choose to draw or you could choose to buff. I'm more in favor of buffing. I'm assuming you can't deal with this on top of everything else that you've dealt with. Go ahead, give it to one of these. So he dealt with my board in a way that I was impressed by, but it still didn't matter. It's just too much. just too much. Okay, so now we're on the cusp of platinum. It always seems to get more difficult as soon as you're right on the cusp of the next one. Like, you're playing against people who are in that rating now. Like, I might be playing against a platinum player. Of course, it doesn't show you. And that's not even because I have that streamer mode thing turned off that doesn't show my name. I don't think it shows you the rank no matter what. So you could theoretically be playing against, like, a silver player or a legend player, right? Like, who knows? It's a good way for them to cover up the fact that the game might be dead or whatever, like, where you just have to, you know, match with whoever you can match with. But maybe that's why I'm playing some of these laughably easy decks. But if it still counts for giving you rating, then so be it. Pretty cool hero. You can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do that later. I don't know if you really want to do a solid turn 2 portal, though. I'm not the biggest fan of that. This is kind of bad to have early. You don't want to play it ever unless you don't have a choice. Which here, you could say, oh, it might still be better than just dropping the portal, which it very well might be. The thing is gone. I can't believe I would consider doing that. Like, at least we could trade, assuming he doesn't buff again or something. I just don't want to summon the portal as a dead play. Like, you can do it anytime later. It's not going to matter. Like, I wasn't going to use it anytime soon. Unless I can get the Fiendish Circle to stick. The Paladins? What kind of Paladin decks have we really been seeing? Draw a minion, give minions +1. Well, that's good. Net positive card. So now we can do this. We have 2 of them even. So this sets up for either this or this being good. We could either buff them or we could either... I mean, this is obviously just better. So we could coin that out. So hopefully you can only kill one of them. And it'd be worth it to do it. He's doing kind of the same thing. Oh, he can kill 2 of them, though. I don't know if it's worth it then to do it. I guess I will, but... just a little bit less out there than I would like. Or what if I just go all in with... I can do both of them, so it's an interesting proposition. Let's see if you just trade a whole bunch or if you AoE, I'm kind of fucked. I missed a chance to get 2 3/3s, so maybe I'll regret that. You can kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. You can kill all of them. You're gonna buff it up. Yeah, maybe not the greatest idea I've ever had, but at least you'll have to kill most of your stuff to do it. If you had an AoE there, I would have just lost, though. That's how you can tell. You can do this, do this. You can either coin out a tap or coin out the portal. I still don't feel inclined to do it, but now the pace is too slow. This is looking a little questionable. Yeah, why not just coin there? I don't know why you would wait. For each Paladin card in your hand, randomly gain a whole bunch of shit. So you're certainly not going to rush this guy down, at least. He's controlling the pace of the game, so by that token he could win. I just don't know what else he has at the top end, but you never really want to find out. For fuck's sake. You get Rafam, but now it's too slow. It's too slow. Fuck. These stupid ass cards, like, they're rarely good. They have some intrinsic value with that infuse that summons 2 copies of itself, but generally speaking, it's not that good. But he controls the board, so by that virtue, he would win, right? I don't think playing that at that time would have made that much of a difference, but it would have probably been at least better. I can't believe it. Fuck, the stupid bartender. I'll even do it. Like, I don't have another play. Like, I just have to do something. So, if these 2 die, I still can't do a Rafam. Just kind of the bad sequence. You always have to have stuff on the board. That's kind of this moment displays that. For each Paladin card you have, you get a whole bunch of shit. Because of course you wouldn't just have those normally anyway.
Need a bit more
Shit.
spice over here.
At least if I could have played this, it would have been maybe okay.
Reporting for duty.
But they're flooding the board pretty effectively as well. Just one and few short.
The top shall be.
This is such a desperation play. So you can do 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Just please trade into everything and then let me do the fucking reform. But then you can play something big too. Well, that's good. I like that he's trading. Just don't summon something big. Fuck. If your deck has no neutral cards, add 5. Random. Now we're seeing real decks here.
Reporting for duty.
Ah. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Finally! Minions that obey me!
These books are ruined.
I mean, we're just going all in because I can't. I'm just dead. Like, I can't deal with it now. His hand's too good. Deal 2 damage to all enemies, equip a 2/5 immovable object. Thankfully, at least it's not the 5/2. Alright, so you still have to trade into stuff a little bit. That's the only AoE they've had the whole time. Neutralize the effect, did it in the right order. It just feels weird having a shield that has a damage value. Yeah, I went all in, but, you know, you can't really not do that. This doesn't lose durability, your hero takes half damage rounded up. Well, if it doesn't lose durability, then what's the point in it having durability? Galakrond's gonna save me. Okay, I won't read too much into this one, but it obviously wasn't good. Your hero takes half damage rounded up. What the fuck is that? Just period? Like, at least it should cost it durability when it does that. Huh, I guess I didn't realize how good that was. I thought it was just a random 2/5. Rush, Divine Chill, Dredge. Okay. Hopefully we don't see this too many times, because I don't know what I could have done differently there. Have another library, have this thing. You can do 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's just buff a whole bunch of shit up. 4, 4, 4, 4, 2, 5. They just have too many cards. What does this even do? Give a minion in your hand +4/+4. Imagine using Galakrond. Galakrond in 2022 with no invoke. He's still trading very diligently. But there's nothing I'm going to get that's going to win me the game. Like, what, I could get the other hero on top of this one. I love that concept of playing heroes on top of heroes. Like, how I would play Gul'dan on top of Jiraxxus or Jiraxxus on top of Gul'dan. It's just a very warlocky thing to do. That's pretty spectacular. I'm not gonna blame Galakrond even, but it clearly, once you let them get to this late point, there's nothing you can do.
Can really hold your own.
Impressive. For
Remember this.
If your deck has no neutral cards, add 3 legendary invitations. Very interesting. Maybe I'll make this one instead, and then fucking. But it'll have its own weaknesses too. Discover legendary. I think I just got off to a bad start, which you can't do with this. Okay, just hurry up. There's just a sign of things to come that is actually going to get remotely difficult now because it hasn't been so far. Cost me my win streak too. It's just going to make it take longer. Can take a few more. We definitely have to get there. I was thinking I was on such a roll that I might even have gone a bit further, but save us time next time. But it might start to be one of those things you can't just do every 5 days. You might have to do it a lot more. And you might have to use other decks. Like, I've been doing it in a super casual way, like, just because it felt like this was so busted. That could just be a bad matchup.
The hunt begin. Your soul shall be
You don't really want this. Or this, really. You could say keep that because of the infused, but I don't really buy that. So turn 1, turn 2, you don't want to do this. What else do we want to draw into here? You don't even really want the portal this early.
Ah, I see you brought guests.
These books are ruined.
Almost gives you a Karazhan vibe, like he's trying to be like the new Moros type of thing. But this is maybe actually good against a hunter, because he might have a bunch of shit out there. Enemies lose stealth, destroy secrets, draw a card. Summon this, you don't need to worry about the stupid dredger thing. So, can't do this till turn 5, don't really want to do this till you get minions. So you might be in an awkward position where we just end up tapping. I mean, you could say there's a reason to kill that, but I can't think of one. Or we could do this instead then. He's gonna buff it, he's gonna copy it, he's gonna do all kinds of shit, but so what? We're going all in on cards. I got kind of card starved the last time, and obviously you didn't have the luxury to be able to tap. So what's he gonna do? Destroy all other friendly minions, resummon them with 1/1. Well, that doesn't matter because... Oh, I guess it does. It'll happen kind of no matter what. It's kind of a questionable turn. You just summon another thing here. Now, the point with that is... You could kill this for no cost. Like, they're not going to die. Although, that does quite a bit of damage to me. So, let him just do what he's going to do with that. Those are the worst when you trigger them yourself. Because then it's like you're just wasting... What the fuck am I letting happen here? It's bad if you trigger it yourself, but it's bad there too. I mean... It's tough.
The top shelf be.
You could do like a 5 and a 6. Oh, I don't know about this decision making. Letting myself get this low. Let me guess, he has even more stuff that triggers death rattles, but how do you even play around that? I guess I could have that silence minion, the little fucking fish thing, whatever it is. So these could trade very easily into the Nerubians, but what's he gonna do? He's gonna trade one into the 5/1 for sure. I mean, I am presenting almost lethal. 8, 13, 17, but I'm sure he has plenty of options here. It is getting decidedly harder right when you brush up against Platinum. Or at least we're seeing a good variety of decks that you probably wouldn't see in Standard, right? In fact, I've barely seen the same one twice. Or you barely even get to see what they are because you beat them so fast. He's going to trade and get the 4/4. Shuffle Zigzor Prime. I think some of those attacks were a little bit ill-advised for me. He's going to get both the 4/4s, but we can still trade into them. In fact, then we don't have to worry about the death rattles now as much. There's no benefit to really doing the hero per se just yet. Oh, if I could get a buff, this could be good. So at least something has survived. But I shouldn't buff the imp itself. I should buff the other guy because I want this thing to die because it's been so damaging. So this guy will stay alive, basically, is the point. Which is good. So our board is actually decent. But I can't play this hero card and my health is way too low. So I might just lose because of that. I can't even tap. I'm a little bit starved on cards. This hero is kind of bad because it does so much. It counters the whole point of this deck to have a full board all the time. Destroy random enemy minion, magnetic. A very death rattle focused hunter here. Choose a copy of friendly minion, gain a copy of his death rattle. Well, I guess if it destroys everything, I could justify doing the hero. So what's going to happen is this will destroy something when it dies. So why don't I just hit face and then it doesn't summon anything new, right? Spider bomb. So just let the thing do it. And then we summon a random demon anyway. Hopefully it's at least give me like a 4 health thing plus 4 health and up. What that was the random demon? What the fuck? What? Okay, we could do this. I don't know. The armor was okay, but I don't know. And he's low too, but he's gonna do way more damage now, I think. Or at least he might have some damage out of the hand. Death Rattle's triggered twice. How many more you got, dude? That's all he has. Fuck. I guess I don't have big stuff, so I don't have to worry as much, but you do this, you draw a card, no question about it. I guess this at least plays around it a little bit. Do this. Do this. Now we're gonna buff this sucker. Gonna hit him in the face and just hope that that can hold him. A little bit questionable. He'll destroy 2 enemy things, but I have so many that it kind of plays around it a little bit. He might just have lethal. Well, I guess he can't guarantee what's gonna die, though. What the fuck? 1, 1. Now you can sack it in. Okay, that's kind of lucky, I guess. Couldn't deal with the taunt. That taunt saved me, maybe. So now you should have it if you just do Fiendish Circle and you buff it.
Well done, cretin.
Ooh, that was a tough one. Very tight, very close to getting rushed down myself. Interesting Death Rattle. See, we're seeing good varieties of decks. That I can't complain about. How close am I to the 500? I still need way more. I'm surprised. And yeah, it's called Adlakari because I wanted to like push the imp thing to an extreme, but that'd be a more fun theme deck. It wouldn't be one that's actually going to be any good. You know, the more fun you have, the less effective it is. It's like playing chess. You try something fun and experimental, but oh, it's suboptimal, it's this, it's that. Meanwhile, those same people will say, oh, it's such a good game because of all the variety of positions, but if you're not using the optimal thing, you're doing it wrong too. So, is the variety good or isn't it? This actually worked out pretty good last time, but I don't want it. Even the Fiendish Circle is questionable to keep. That might be one that you just toss the whole thing. Mages can be a little tricky. They certainly have the AoE to combat you. So you need Rafam against them to sort of let them AoE and then finish them off once they've done it. To sort of punish them for AoEing.
I see you brought guests.
So you really want to turn one play, even if it's that stupid 1-2 that gives everything health. You don't want nothing. I love this rendition of the Baron song here. Where else does it play even in the original game? It plays in some of the Tauren places too, I think. Okay, so you get the Rafam that you asked for, but there's nothing to complain about. Play a bunch of shit, let him AoE, do the Rafam, and if he can survive that, then he wins, but you know, it is what it is. Go ahead and do this one. Hitting him in the face there is questionable, but I have so much health that maybe it's okay. That just seems... I guess I don't expect it to survive that long. I guess I could trade into it now. Interesting choice, even. I wonder what he would have in his hand, even. Can't do this. Don't need to really do this yet. I don't mind doing the Fiendish Circle. Maybe not the best curve thing, but I'm okay with it for now. So now again, we're setting up for Rafam in such a way that you're going to have to clear the board. You have to do it. In fact, we're going to flood it again. We could do it here. Might have been a good chance to draw stuff, actually, but didn't really work out on curve. You could discover something. Not really the time to do it. We'll have plenty of chances later. That's just good when you kind of run dry on cards. Kind of like Galakrond. Can actually be okay that way. We don't need to do anything besides draw here. We don't want to overcommit at all. Just keep it. If he's not going to do anything, I'm not going to do anything. Although I guess I will do this. I mean, I kind of have to do something. This will give it little death rattle protection here in the sense that even if he AoEs, we'll get something back for all our trouble. So now we're in a great shape. That card is so important because you can run dry on cards despite the ability to tap, despite the ability to, you know, because you're constantly playing whatever you get. You don't really get to hold back stuff, or at least you shouldn't do that, because then you lose on tempo later. Draw 2 spells, swap their cost with this minion stats. Not really that big of a deal. Well, I guess I spoke a little bit too soon. What if I did Rafam as just like a solitary play here? You'd rather do the bar... Oh no, that'd be horrible. In fact, that'd be stupid. The +2/+2? No. Honestly, not a bad time to do Galakrond if I had one more mana. You could do a discover thing. You could just ignore his thing. 9, 10, 11, 12 is what we could do here. But I could do this. Mine still survives. We could sack 2 of the other things and then summon better ones. So, for example, just do this. Summon 2 of the 3 2s. Right? Yeah, that seems solid. We're still in a good board position, but it's kind of a slow play. If you got the bartender there, that would have been god tier, because you could have just ended it. So you're going to AoE, I'm going to get a 1/1 back, but then I'm going to Rafam, and then you're going to pop your ice block, probably, is the worst case scenario of what it could be. It's not Mirror Entity, it's not the ice armor. It has 20 worth of magic. Okay. That could just kill you, actually. Like, he could just hit you with Pyroblast twice in the face, or something of the sort. What is this shit, dude? 50% chance to attack the wrong enemy. An interesting board, at least, that he created. Of all the things you could have gotten, I guess. It's not that bad, but now I do kind of have to deal with that board. Let me think about this carefully. They have a chance to attack the wrong enemy, but I'm not going to take a chance with him clearing my board and then hitting face and killing me. Give your things +2/+2 isn't going to help me now. This is a confusing play. You could buff. You could hit something, summon some more imps, and then buff something. Dies when it takes damage. What other things do we have that could summon stuff? Summon two, and then do the buff. Doesn't really matter what you do it to, I guess. Wait, this didn't even work out the way that I thought it would. Discover something. Deal 3 damage. Your opponent discards a minion. Return it. Man, this is confusing. If they can clear my board, I'm actually dead. I'll just hit him in the face, I guess. That's kind of trouble. Clear the board with an AoE, and then you have 50%. Okay, I guess you're not going to do anything of the sort. This could be like some old school thing where he's just doing some kind of combo play for the kill, which could happen right now, and I could just die. You have to obviously clear his board, and then we can summon a whole bunch of stuff. I could even Galakrond if I was worried about the stupid ass, you know, whatever, but So 2 and 5. So 2 and 3. Maybe that was a mistake if I was gonna do reform. No, I think everything would have still died anyway.
Finally, minions that obey me. Mostly.
Necessary?
I'm not even gonna tap because he might have some win condition that way. But this is actually a bad reform because you're playing it before the AoE instead of after the AoE. And so they're going to have the Ice Block play here easily to save themselves. After you spend 5 mana, reduce the cost of spells. What the fuck? Spells in your hand by 5. Oh, a spell, but still. You're just going to play your whole hand. Change the cost of spells in your hand to 5. Well, that's bad, isn't it? What the fuck? That's actually... Wait, what? What else do you have here? We could Galakrond just for the armor. Summon a random demon out of it. Get him as close to the ice block range as possible. 3, 6, 11, for example. Pop the block. So can you kill me this turn? You might have some combo, but I don't really understand because you'd have to play like a million spells and they all cost 5. So what am I missing here? That seems like a bad card. Make all spells cost more. Like maybe you had a lot of cheap ones. Whenever you cast a spell, gain armor. Okay, that's fair enough. Clear the board with like a flame strike. 6 health here. If you cast 3 spells, add those back to your hand. But they still cost too much, don't they? Oh my god, all this random spells. This is kind of fun though with how much of that is. Discard stuff. Destroy 2 things. Do you actually have an ice block now, or don't you, though? I think you got it back. To be able to play again. This turn, healing, deal damage instead. Gain 2 health to your totems. Add a spell. Deal. Oh, shit. Too much AoE, man. Twisting Nether. Okay. That's basically what they wanted out of it anyway. Fuck. Now they have a real chance. Damn it. Too many secrets, too. I guess this is the perfect opportune time to play this anyway. And then you can just flood the board with stuff. So I gained enough armor where I could maybe at least withstand something that they're going to do. Like I don't have to worry about it killing my board. That should summon all the shit. I guess I overdraw, too, about whatever. Wait, how do I overdraw and then have 9 cards? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I guess I could have played this first. Wait, what random demon did he summon? Oh no, that's Galakrond that does it. First spell each turn costs 0. Discover a spell. I can't tell if they're just gonna do some 1 turn kill combo one of these turns or not. I guess not. Man, too many AoEs. Fuck. Deal 8 damage. I mean, that could get lucky and hit him in the face, but I don't think that's gonna happen. You could do this as a combo. You could do this as a combo. I don't know what's happening. Oh, I don't even have to do it then. Summon 4. After summon a 3/4 spider with stealth. Do this. Do this. You could easily just AoE it, I bet. I don't even know whether they have another ice block or not, but I just can't get the board to stick anymore. See, once he gets this late, this deck is not good because they just have too many things they can just control with. I'm assuming you don't have an AoE then if you did that. Oh my god, all of this shit, dude. Deal, summon the 3/3. You would think this would give you a good chance, but it's like the whole board would have to be cleared. And even then, you're going to have some stupid ass shit like draw 3.
My hand is too full.
Spend all your mana, deal all that to a minion. Does it only attack enemy minions or what? Because it doesn't seem... Denathrius wouldn't even do anything here. Seems like a bad idea to play it. Like, we have plenty more shit to just sack, so I'll save it for a bigger one. But can I not kill Caligos? Like, he's just gonna keep playing shit all day. I guess I could do this. Summon a bunch of more big shit. Or I fucked up. Damn, this one's kind of weird. Okay, that was a misplay because I should have sacked stuff first. But then I wanted it to use it for the buff. There's no reason to hold stuff back.
For the roast, my lord.
6, 7, 8. Summon this. He's still alive. Wait, why not just pop the block? Fuck. Why didn't I just pop the block? Then I could have done Denathrius with impunity and just kill them. Didn't even occur to me to do that. Let me guess, you have another 20 mana spells to cast. Seems like you don't have any AoE though, otherwise you wouldn't do this. Repeat the last spell. They cost 5 or more. But technically it didn't cost 5 or more at that point. Whatever spell I cast is going to cast twice, right?
Hand is too full.
Summon 2 copies, freeze everything. Fill your hand with random mage spells, discover... This is so crazy. This is like the Yogg Saron player's wet dream. I mean, I might just have to do this now. 17. Oh, that is enough to kill, right? 8 plus 11. But obviously the ice block is going to save you.
Time runs out on me.
I don't have a choice but to do it. You got 2 mana left, so how many more fucking crazy spells are you going to do? I mean, it's kind of cool, but the amount of random shit that they've played is like... You don't know that it's always going to work out. So imagine relying on that many random things. That's one good thing about this deck, actually, is nothing is really random. Everything is just... There's nothing else I can do out of the hand. So it is going to either kill you or... What? Well, that was only a little bit. Well,
Hand is too full.
you have an ice box still. I thought mathematically that would kill you. Pop the block at least. Seems very unlikely that I'm going to be able to win this, but we'll try. You have a way to deal with the 10-11 with like a million fucking spells that you've generated in your hand. You have some AoE. Make all minions disappear. Very nice. Okay. Gain a little bit of armor out of that too. Tradable gets better. I could flood the board again with these. I mean, I'm gonna run out of cards, man. You don't even want to do this, in fact. Shuffling the Rift is fine, but you're gonna fatigue yourself out. Do you have maybe one more I could do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The top shelf is.
I'm just going all in, but it's not gonna work. They just have too many spells, too many answers, too many AoEs. Fuck. So I could have popped the block at least, which could have maybe done something. Wow, dude. Okay, fun card. And it guarantees that it's at enemies. Or, obviously, it could be... So many AoEs, dude. But I guess you're putting your faith in chance. Like, what if it doesn't kill everything? Well, it's going to. At least let me pop the block, dude. Fuck you. So stupid. Actually, I can. Presumably do it. No, I still can't do it. Definitely gotten decidedly harder here towards the end.
It's all ruined.
So maybe once we get to platinum, it is going to be... It's not even that this isn't good enough, it's just the games are going to be a lot harder. Heal 2. You get them so fucking close. For so long. What does this even do? Deal damage to its neighbors. To all other minions. Nice, dude. As if you didn't have enough AoEs already. There's nothing else I have that's going to be good. Like, we played both hero cards, which is pretty rare. That could hurt you. That could kill you. I mean, it's just possible that it does. Random effects don't work out in your favor for once in your life. It is possible. Okay. You're going to fatigue yourself, or you just have a million cards in there? Just hit yourself with a Pyroblast or something. So I'm going to copy, transform into ones that cost 1 less. What is he targeting it with? Oh, he got attacked. Draw a Death Rattle minion, which I don't even have. You actually ran this deck out of cards, which is fucking absurd to think about. How that's even possible. Of all the ways you could beat it. I guess just outlasting it is one condition. But sometimes they just rush you down instead, like faster than you can rush them down. The random spell deck that ended up working out in a weird way where it just never really hurt him. It does, like, because I guess that one can only target enemies, right? It casts spells at enemies, or it just casts randomly, generally good spells like whatever, generate cards and stuff. We got from gold 10 to gold 2 in like an hour, but then it feels like now it's getting hard, so I might need to try something else meta that I don't have enough fucking dust to make. Huh. Oh, they were only rifts anyway. Yeah, I just can't win this. This hero is strange. This would actually survive, come to think of it. Yeah, cast a bunch more random spells. And have one of them fucking kill you. And if it happens on your turn... Holy shit. Gonna die to fatigue. Hits me for 8. I just don't have anything left. I have nothing. Oh. What the fuck? You deserve that for all that random fucking shit that you played. Sometimes random effects are going to hurt you too. You play the lottery, you're gonna get burned. The house always wins. That is actually deserved. How many fucking times did you play that? Cast 20 mana worth of spells, cast 10 random spells. Like, dude. That's what I was waiting for the whole game. And it bypasses the block because it happened on their turn, I think, right?
Gul'dan versus Thrall.
Okay.
My elements are frightful.
Keep this. Get rid of this. Arguably keep this, but actually I'm not going to keep it. It's okay if you have to play it, but don't have to go out of your way to do it. So we're going to go ahead and play the... Some of these have been pretty epic. It's getting more interesting now, at least. Okay, you got a 40 health thing. You would think these 40 card decks, though, have their limits, because you're not going to always get what you need to get. That's the weakness of them, right? You can't guarantee. That you can guarantee. But other than that... What does he even do? Your battle cries trigger twice. So it could be like the shutter walk thing. So we have to kill him before, obviously, he gets it off. Muck Pools. Transform a friendly minion into one that costs 1 more. Okay, that's fine. It's like an evolve effect. Not as crazy as mine, at least. He's going to summon a bunch of stuff. He's going to make it strong. The fact that it's random, though, means you can't guarantee on it being good. So that's why I've never... You know, draw 2. That's unfortunate because almost hoping that he would get a little card starved there. Okay, it's a 4/4, good value. 3 cost to a 4 cost. That has some kind of internal positive interaction because it's an overcost card, right? You're getting the card draw effect, but what can I do? What can I do? You can do this. You can do a portal. Then you can use the portal to kill. No, you need another imp. Weirdly, this value proposition seems good because you're able to survive. Wait. Oh, maybe my math was a little bit weird. Like, you would have easily survived. But whatever, it works. I think I overdid it there. Okay, so you want to rush him down very quickly because you don't want him to get off all these battle cries and crazy shit. What's the condition again? Play 6 battle cry cards. So try to get him before he even gets that. His health is obviously benefiting from the stupid Renathal thing. What do I have? I'd love to get the bartender. I don't even mind playing the other portal too. Like, let's see what he does. He freezes it. And I don't want to play the portal just to trade though. I guess I will though. Or no, I won't. I'll trade and then I'll hit face. That maybe seems a little bit greedy, but I'm just giving him stuff to deal with, and then if it dies, we get Rafam, which should probably be the nail in the coffin already. What kind of AoEs do you have? All these random effects are not going to save you, dude. We can even buff this guy to kill it and then go the other way with it. Hit him for 11. Don't really care about that. This infuse isn't going to happen. Why don't I do it a little bit differently? Do it like this. Do it like this. Hit him like... The greed is present here, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go face. Maybe I'm being too much of a spendthrift with these portals, but basically what you got is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So the active summoning imps will just kill him if he can't either deal with the board. I'm sure he can deal with at least some of this. We're not seeing as many AoEs as I would expect. Deal 6 damage. Yeah, there you go. And that's kind of the thing we're looking for. Go ahead and do this. Why not? So if you can't deal with this again, then you're going to be in some trouble. Also have a portal active and available. See, that's the nail in the coffin play. You do the AoE, and then you play a Rafam, and then you lose. Right? There's nothing you can do about it. You'd have to have another AoE that's even better than the last AoE. And even if you do that, then I still have more shit. Like, for example, this to really punish you. But that's too slow. Cast Elementary Reaction, which is what? Draw a card, copy it.
Were you followed?
Discover a secret from, what? Another class? Could be Ice Block, but is it gonna... Do you have enough mana? I can't... No. At least you got the condition off, but it doesn't matter. You'd have to get something crazy that saves you, which it doesn't. Haven't seen that guy in a long time. So how many more do we have to get through and do the platinum? I guess we're already there. No. Have to do one more. It is getting harder now, though. Some of these were too much of a breeze. You knew that wasn't going to last. So imagine the Iron Juggernaut here. I could even fuck around with it just to see how shit it is, but I guess I'll wait. I don't want to cost myself the win streak and stuff. Like, you're just not going to win. That's the thing. You can't win at silver. You're not going to win at gold. You're not going to win ever. So just fuck it. Just play it in casual if you want to have actual fun. So keep this. Maybe keep this. It's almost like I don't want to keep this, though, because it's like... You want stuff that you can just play. So you got the infused precedent, but that's maybe a bit too much. It seems good, but you don't want both of those. You want one or the other. Too much infused, man. Fuck. So now you're playing for the long game when you don't really want to do that even. So we maybe have to tap here because this is a bricked hand. It is good value, but it might be too late by then. Okay, that's the kind of play I would make sometimes just to get something out there. Buy a library. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. You almost would rather tap because, again, you're not going to use this anytime soon, I don't think. So much infused, but nothing to actually play on the board. Fiendish Circle?
Stop copying me!
Oh, this could be an interesting one. There could be some adjustments you make. There's so many cards that have to do with imps. I mean, you could do this on everything all together, so there's no downside. Summon 2, and then buff this chick up, and then hit face, and then let them deal with it. Now, punished by a lot of spells and AoEs, but their board doesn't concern me that much, honestly. Like, what are you really going to take advantage of here? You're going to do the same thing, so it's a little variation on it. Let's see if this doubling imp is going to be any good. Oh, shit. You're getting a lot of infused stuff here. So I'm going to copy copies of it. No problem with that. You're going to be able to buff something next turn, too. So it's kind of similar to this, but it's... It's an interesting variation, like how I have Galakrond and nobody else does because it sucks. Deal 3, shuffle 2 soul fragments back. Good mirror matchup though, semi. A little bit of a distorted mirror, funhouse mirror matchup we'll call it. So now what happens? We have a second one of these. You could just trade into stuff. Something of these two is good. But think about it, you're going to get +4. So it wouldn't even necessarily have to die if I did it that way.
Sorry, we don't have any ink. Oh, right now. Oh, right now. Oh, right now.
Yeah, let him deal with all that. And then we have a good reform setup. We have a good... This guy's going to keep getting better, at least by the time that happens. We have another portal. Do I just do the reform is the question. It's going to be a 6-5. Fine. Do I do it or don't I? I guess I will because it'll buff the existing ones already. This is quite a scary play. So what's he going to have on turn 6 to deal with? That's nothing, apparently. 1 with the wild tier 6. That must just be based on how far you're getting here. This is going to be platinum now, the one that I always question the existence of as the color. Okay, so that's good, I guess. Well, that's all I really wanted to do, so there you go. It started off a little easy, now it's going to get hard, I'm sure. And I just wonder what other kind of things... That's kind of an interesting one. Let me look at what other imps there are. I completely forgot about that card. Interesting that it's mentioned in every single category. How could that be? Oh, because the word improved and stuff counts. Whenever you draw a card, discard a card. Okay, that's garbage. Give him random thing +2 health. I mean, by the same logic that you use that stupid 1/2 that gives everything in your hand +1 health, this could arguably be the same thing. Give a random friendly minion +2. But no, it's not good. Dormant for 2 turns. When it awakens, give all minions in your hand +2/+2. Kind of too slow of a play. This is okay, though, actually. Like, compare this to the 4 cost that does the same thing, except it has the upside of the infuse effect. Apparently, I don't have Fiendish Circle, even though you've seen me use it for, like, a fucking century. I don't know what that means. Summon a 1/1 imp. Upgrades each turn. Kind of too slow still. This isn't actually an M, but it summons some. So you could make some other fun variations, but this seems mostly like I have the best ones. This is actually not bad. I can see you don't have any damage like out of the hand. Destroy something, shuffle 3 worthless imps. You don't have anything that destroys enemy minions, and you don't have any AoE. So the whole it's predicated on you putting pressure, and if they can't deal with the pressure that you put, then they lose. If they can, they win. So you never worry about clearing their board. You never worry about AoEing. I even question the hero card that does 3 damage to all minions. So many times I just haven't been able to use that because you don't want to destroy your own board. It's very rare. You do it as like a reactive play when all else fails, but that you're kind of playing to lose then. If your deck is empty, open a portal that fills your board with 3/2 imps each turn. But how are you going to play with an empty deck? He's obviously evil. There's a lot more stuff involving imps than I would have thought. I mean, even the portal, there's stuff that's not going to have imp in the name that, Lacaire. Again. It seems fun, and I did want to try it, but not with this. So you would think I'd be pretty far along here. I want to get to the level 100 thing to get a fucking hero. I've never gone far in the reward track like that. I'm only going to be like level whatever the fuck, 30 something. You could keep clicking on it over and over and it'll give you infinite gold, except it won't. It just looks like that. It's not registering it properly. You even have to do them in order? Like what? No, but you still have to do them all individually. Only level 32. How can that be? How can it be so shitty? Play 1 game of Battlegrounds, which I'm never going to do. Never going to do. 3 games with Nozdormu in your starting deck. I should re-roll some of these. Use your hero power 20 times. Now, these, I'm not going to play the other modes, so I mean, you may as well just put different ones in there. Weekly. Win 5 games of Tavern Brawl, Arena, Battlegrounds, or Duels. Deal 1,500 and all different mode stuff, dude. Yeah, see, these are so much easier to get. Maybe that's my mistake. I never even look at those. I don't want to really alter something that's working, but just so, you know, we have the ability to in case we run into some trouble. Because I'm almost sensing that might happen now. We saw a couple scary things out there. There's going to be some busted stuff that you wouldn't even believe as we get higher. But that's the whole fun of Wild, is at least it'll be something busted in a creative way instead of busted in a boring way, maybe like this. Okay, see you tomorrow.